Chapter 2247. Sky Dragon Mountain Range. When Qin Feiyang and Elder Yu flew out of the Sky Dragon Sea and landed on the coast, they looked at the mountain range in front of them with a touch of horror in their eyes. The Sky Dragon Mountain Range, which was originally lush with vegetation and ferocious beasts, was now like a land of death. Not a single blade of grass was left. The ferocious beasts were also nowhere to be seen. As far as the eye could see, it was dead silent. One had to know. Previously, it was just the fluctuations of the battle, and it caused so much damage. If the battlefield was in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, what kind of scene would it be? It was hard to imagine. Swish. Suddenly, several figures came through the air. The leaders were really Elder Wei and Elder Yu. Next were the Deputy Pavilion Master, First Elder, Shangguan Fenglan, and a group of giants. Greetings, seniors. Qin Feiyang bowed. Elder Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Senior, you flatter me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. When he looked at Elder Yu, he was slightly stunned. It was actually a new face. Elder Yu smiled and said, "I'm from the Treasure Pavilion. This is the first time we meet, young friend. Please take care of me in the future." Treasure Pavilion? Are you the Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? Qin Feiyang said in surprise. No. I'm just an idle person in the Treasure Pavilion. Elder Yu waved his hand. You're not the Pavilion Master. Then what about the Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? Such a big incident, he should also appear. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, but except for Elder Yu, they were all familiar faces. Elder Yu asked, "Young friend, was it really Longzuan before?" Elder Wei and the others also stared at Qin Feiyang. This was also what they wanted to know the most. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The group of people suddenly changed their expressions. Longzuan actually came to the northern region in person, but don't worry, it was just a clone of Longzuan. And Longzuan himself can't leave the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang smiled. Can't leave the Divine Land? Why? Everyone's faces were full of surprise. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know the specific reason." The Great Elder asked, "Where is Longzun's clone now?" "It's destroyed. Ancestor Dragon has fled back to the Divine Land." Qin said. Destroyed. The group of people couldn't help but gasp. Although it was just a clone, Dragon was Dragoness. But now, it to Dragon Ancestor. What an incredible thing was this? Qin Feiyang didn't explain, because there was no need to. He said, "The dragon race probably won't give up, so we can't let our guard down." Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. "You must continue to carry out the arrest warrant for me and Hue Yi. Because this is the only way for Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion to cut ties with us. Of sect of Feng Yeld of Fenglan has already said this, we will continue to carry it out. But this old man is worried that the dragons won't be able to find you and will become angry and do whatever they want in the northern region." First Elder said worriedly, "Don't worry, even if I'm not in the northern region, I will appear from time to distract the dragons." Qin Feiyang said. "That's good." First Elder breathed a sigh of relief, then walked out of the crowd and said, "I didn't have the chance before, but now that everyone is here, this old man formally apologizes to you. It's okay. I can understand your feelings. This is also the reason why I haven't been calculative with you. After all, it's hard for anyone to let go of this kind of thing." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Thank you for your understanding." First Elder smiled. Now that he said it out loud, he felt better. The happiest person was Shangguan Fenglan. She had always hoped that First Elder and Qin Feiyang could talk it out face to face, because only then could they completely eliminate the estrangement. And now, her wish was finally fulfilled. Elder Yu smiled and said, "Everyone, they must be very tired after the battle with the dragons. Let's not disturb them." "Yes. There's still a long way to go. Let's meet again when there's time." The Deputy Pavilion Master smiled. Elder Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then, you two little brothers, have a good rest. We'll take our leave first." Qin Feiyang and the Deputy Pavilion Master nodded. Soon, the group of people disappeared. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Hu Yi, asking, "Is this elder you really from the treasure pavilion?" He said it himself, how can it be false? Let me tell you, this elder you is indeed an idle person. He never manages anything and never appears in front of others, so not many people know him. Hu Yi said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, "What about the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion? Such a big thing happened, but we didn't see him." Hu Yi shook his head and smiled, saying, "Don't talk about this person. He's the only person in the northern region who has been to the divine continent. He knows how powerful the dragons are, so when the dragons appear, as long as they don't call him by name, he will hide." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that the dignified chief pavilion master of the northern region would have such a side. "To be honest, I'm really tired." Hu Yi sat down on the ground, a sense of fatigue in his heart. Whoosh. However, at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Shangguan Fenglan returned. "Lana." As soon as Hu Yi saw Shangguan Fenglan, he immediately became spirited. He immediately got up and went to greet her. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He was quite reliable in battle, but why did he become so unreliable when he was idle? Shangguan Fenglan was also very helpless. She glared at Hu Yi and landed opposite Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at her warily and said, "Is it because of your sister again? Let me tell you, I will never do this kind of errand again. What are you thinking about?" Shangguan Fenglan rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm here to tell you something." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan said, "This matter is related to the person you are looking for." Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said in surprise, "Who did you find?" Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand, and the phantom of a woman in white condensed out. Hu Yi's eyes widened and exclaimed, "Isn't she Lin Yi?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Where did you see her?" "Shengong." Shangguan Fenglan said. "What? Shengong?" Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi looked at each other. Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice, "Remember half a year ago, the great elder suddenly found me and asked me to go to the Shengong?" Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi nodded. At that time, the great elder also said that an old man and a young man ran to the Shengong and robbed hundreds of billions of soul stones. Wait a minute. This old man and young man, could it be Lin Yi and that old man? Shangguan Fenglan said, "The one who robbed the soul stones is Lin Yi." Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This was really a coincidence. Qin Feiyang asked, "How many soul stones did they rob?" "A total of 800 billion. Shangguan Fenglan said 800 billion. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. 800 billion soul stones, this was an astronomical number that he didn't even dare to think about. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Because this Lin Yi has something to do with you, I will hide this matter from the Great Elder for the time being." In other words, now, the Great Elder still doesn't know that he did it. Qin Feiyang said. Many people in the Shengong saw this Lin Yi at that time. How can it be hidden from the Great Elder? What I mean is that the Great Elder still doesn't know that you are related to Lin Yi. If the Great Elder knows, he will definitely be angry again. He may even misunderstand that you are the one who instigated them to do this behind the scenes. Shangguan Fenglan said. Don't say it. This is really possible. Hu Yi nodded. Then, it's not the same thing to hide it like this. Qin Feiyang frowned. Shangguan Fenglan said, so I want to ask you, do you want to tell the Great Elder? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, tell him. The innocent knows nothing, and the muddy knows nothing. I am not afraid of him misunderstanding. Okay. I will report to the Great Elder truthfully when I go back. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Is there any news from the others? Qin Feiyang asked. No. In the past 6 months, the northern region has almost been turned upside down by our 9 Heavens Palace, but except for Lin Yi, there is no trace of the others. I think they should not be in the northern region. Shangguan Fenglan said. This is impossible. Qin Feiyang frowned. Putting aside Uncle Divine Beast and Fire Chelin because he couldn't be sure, Tan Wu and Cerberus were definitely in the northern region. What about the major forbidden areas? Hu Yi asked. Shangguan Fenglan said, except for the Sky Dragon Sea, we have also searched. Hu Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it seems that they are really not in the northern region. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, then is it possible that they are in the Sky Dragon Sea? That depends on their cultivation. If their cultivation is strong enough, it is not impossible to train in the Sky Dragon Sea. Hu Yi said. Cultivation, Qin Feiyang murmured. The cultivation of Tan Wu and Cerberus was not very strong. Let alone going to the Sky Dragon Sea, it was still a matter of whether they could pass through the Sky Dragon mountain range. It seemed that the possibility of training in the Sky Dragon Sea was not high. But, with the strength of Tan Wu and Cerberus, it was impossible to run to Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness in these few years. Forget it. Let's not care about them for now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Uncle Yuan said that Tan Wu's talent was very good, and he was allowed to develop freely in the ancient world, so there was no need to find him. The top priority was to find the demon ancestor and Dong Zhengyang and complete the task given to him by the ancestors. In this way, he could enter Divine Land. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, there is one more thing. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan said, the 10 soul lines that you snatched back then, can you return them to us? This, Qin Feiyang dodged her gaze. How could they return the soul lines that were already in their hands? Shangguan Fenglan said, return the soul lines to us, and the Great Elder may let bygones be bygones for Lin Yi snatching the 800 billion soul stones. To be honest, I am not afraid of the Great Elder pursuing this matter. Do you know who defeated the Longzun's avatar before? He is Lin Yi's master. He is the old man who took Lin Yi to the Celestial Palace to snatch the soul stones. Qin Feiyang said. What? Shangguan Fenglan was dumbfounded. This is true. Hu Yi said. This, Shangguan Fenglan's eyes trembled. She never expected that the old man was so powerful. Chapter 2248. Wait. I heard from Master that when Longzun appeared, a voice suddenly told him and old man Yu that Longzun had arrived and asked them to leave quickly. Could the owner of this voice be Lin Yi's master? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Is there such a thing? We really don't know about this. But if there is a voice, then I think it should be him. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan said incredulously, even Longzun's clone can be destroyed. Who is he? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and looked at Hu Yi. Don't look at me. We have also asked him, but even Lin Yi, his disciple, doesn't know his identity. Hu Yi smiled bitterly. Shangguan Fenglan's face showed a trace of disappointment. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, anyway, you should return this soul vein to us. This, Qin Feiyang was really reluctant. How about this? Level 5 soul vein is not valuable to you at all because the production is too low. I will go directly to the Great Elder and get 10 billion soul stones for you. Shangguan Fenglan said 10 billion. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. In the long run, soul vein was definitely more important than soul stones. Because soul vein could produce soul stones continuously. However, soul stones were different. Every time he refined one, he would have one less. But in the current situation, soul stones were indeed more meaningful to him. Because now, what he lacked the most was soul stones. Although Zhao Tailai and others did not take away a single soul stone and still had 30 billion soul stones, it couldn't withstand the consumption at all. Qin Feiyang secretly said, Hu Yi, do you know how many soul stones a level 5 soul vein can produce in a year? I know. Level 1 soul vein can produce about 10 soul stones a year, and so on. In other words, a level 5 soul vein can only produce 50 soul stones a year. Hu Yi transmitted his voice. So little. So, even a level 9 soul vein can only produce about 100 soul stones a year. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. That's why soul stones are so rare. However, when one's soul line reaches the god level, there will be an earth-shaking change. For example, a rank 1 divine soul line can produce 10,000 soul stones in a year. Hu Yi said. There's a God-class soul line? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. Hue Yi nodded and asked suspiciously, you've been in the Nine Heavens Palace for so long, how could you not know about this? I didn't ask around. I thought a Class 9 soul line was the highest. Qin Feiyang thought. I won't submit to anyone but you. Hue Yi was speechless. What have you been doing all day? How could he not know about this? Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. Although a Class 9 soul vein can only produce 90 soulstones a year, it's only one step away from a God-class soul vein. So no matter if it's the Treasure Pavilion or the Nine Heavens Palace, they'll go all out to get a Class 9 soul vein. Hue Yi said again. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, so, the soul vein can grow by itself? Yes. But if it only absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, the growth speed is very slow. So, generally speaking, crystal veins are used to nurture the soul vein. Hue Yi said. Crystal veins? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was it another unfamiliar thing? Crystal veins and soul veins are similar. But the difference is that soul veins produce soulstones, while crystal veins produce divine crystals. They're also divided into different grades. Hue Yi explained. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, you mean, using crystal veins to nurture soul veins will grow faster? Yes. Not only can crystal veins produce divine crystals, but the energy they emit is also very majestic. For example, the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion basically use a large number of crystal veins to nurture soul veins. Hue Yi said. Qin Feiyang asked, are there many crystal veins? Of course there aren't many, but they're much better than soul veins. However, if a 9th grade crystal vein or a divine crystal vein appears, it will also cause a frenzy. Hue Yi said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, so, the value of a 5th grade soul vein is really not that high? Only you would say that. Not to mention a 5th grade soul vein, even a 1st grade soul vein is hard to find. But relatively speaking, 10 billion soulstones is indeed a good deal. After all, a 5th grade soul vein can only produce 50 soul veins a year. 10 5th grade soul veins can only produce 500 soul veins. After 10 years, there will only be 5,000. Think about it, how many years will it take to produce 10 billion soulstones? Hue Yi laughed secretly. Then it's a happy decision. Qin Feiyang muttered, looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said with a smile, okay, I agree. Money and goods. Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. I'm not afraid. I'm worried that I'll lose everything. Qin Feiyang said. If you're not afraid that I'll go back on my word, then what is? Shangguan Fenglan rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang said, you'll hurt our feelings if you say that. Wait. Hue Yi hurriedly stopped Qin Feiyang and said angrily, you can't just say the word feelings. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was actually jealous. He was really convinced. Don't talk nonsense. Give the soul vein to Lana first. This soul vein originally belonged to Jiutian Palace. Now, Lana not only won't hold you responsible, but also give you 10 billion soulstones as compensation. Where else can you find such a good thing? Hue Yi said angrily. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he heard this, and said, hey, have you forgotten that you snatched this soul vein? Hue Yi's expression stiffened, and he said angrily, wasn't this instigated by you? If I hadn't been muddle-headed, how could I have done such a crazy thing with you? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Not to mention other things, he was really good at shirking responsibility. Hurry up. Don't ask for too much all day. Lana has already taken the initiative to give you a way out. What else do you want? Hue Yi said impatiently. Do you know what you're doing? You're a typical case of forgetting your friends when you see a girl. Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. I'm happy to. Hue Yi shook his head and ran to Shangguan Fenglan's side, and said with a smile, Lana, I've already taught him a lesson. Calm down. When was I angry? Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback and looked at him suspiciously. Hue Yi said, he just said that he would give you the money and the goods. You're not angry? No. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Then isn't it my wishful thinking? Hue Yi was stunned. You only know now. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Hu Yi. With a wave of his hand, 10 soul veins suddenly appeared. Each one was more than 100 feet long, like a giant dragon, emitting a hazy grey light. Take it, Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand, and the 10 soul veins immediately disappeared. She said, then I'll go back first. When I get the 10 billion soul stones from Great Elder, I'll tell him about your relationship with Lin Yi. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his fist and smiled. Shangguan Fenglan said suspiciously, speaking of which, what is your relationship with Lin Yi? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, brother and sister. Shangguan Fenglan nodded, then turned around and flew away like lightning. Hu Yi swaggered to Qin Feiyang's side, looked at Shangguan Fenglan's back with infatuation, and said, did you see how kind Lana is? She's still thinking about you even now. Really? Qin Feiyang whispered. Nonsense. Didn't you hear what she said just now? Get the 10 billion soul stones first, and then tell Great Elder about your relationship with Lin Yi. Why did she do that? She's just worried that when Great Elder learns about your relationship with Lin Yi, he won't give her the 10 billion soul stones. Tell me, where else can I find such an understanding woman? Hu Yi said. It's really hard to find. Qin Feiyang nodded, patted Hu Yi on the shoulder, and said with a meaningful smile, you have to cherish it, or it will be snatched away sooner or later. Let's see who dares. Hu Yi said domineeringly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, I'm going to the Black Tortoise world. You wait for her here. Wait. These 10 billion soul stones, should we split them? Hu Yi quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, you're already a half-step immortal realm, what do you need soul stones for? Hu Yi frowned, half-step immortal realm, don't you need to cultivate? No. I mean, these soul stones should be of no use to you, right? Qin Feiyang said. Don't you know the meaning of many little drops make a mickle? Hu Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, okay, I can't win against you. Let's split them, okay? That's more like it. Hu Yi smiled. A dignified half-step immortal realm snatching soul stones from me, a beginner divine lord, don't you feel embarrassed? Qin Feiyang's face was full of contempt, and then with a flash, he arrived above the Devil's Land. Cough, can you come out for a while? I have some questions to ask you. Qin Feiyang looked around. He was calling the little boy. But for a moment, he didn't know how to address him. However, after a long time, the little boy didn't appear. Qin Feiyang shouted again, that little kid, can you hear me? Who are you calling? The little boy finally appeared. With his 2 little arms behind his back, he stared at Qin Feiyang like an old man. He was clearly just a little guy, but he still pretended to be very mature. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. I'm calling you. How should I address you? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The little boy said, call me Grandpa. Grandpa? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and his face suddenly twitched. The little boy said angrily, I saved your life. Is it a loss to call me Grandpa? No. Grandpa, you said that this Black Tortoise world would slowly grow. I want to know, to what extent has this Black Tortoise world grown? Qin Feiyang said. The little boy said, it's not much different from before. What the hell? How long has it been? Why is it still the same? Qin Feiyang frowned and said. Chapter 2249. You have to understand that the Black Tortoise world is not some flower or grass that can grow very tall in 10 days or half a month. This is an independent world. Even an idiot knows that the growth of a world will take a long time. Are you worse than an idiot? The little boy scolded. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Shouldn't he ask if he didn't understand? Why was he scolding him? Endure. Qin Feiyang asked, then how long will it take for the Black Tortoise world to grow? Another stupid question. The growth of a world is never-ending. In other words, it will continue to grow until the day it is destroyed. The little boy said. Never-ending. Qin Feiyang muttered. Of course. The growth of a world can't be separated from other things. For example, living things, plants, essence energy, elemental power, and so on. Especially essence energy. Rich essence energy can accelerate the growth of a world. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, then how can the essence energy of the black tortoise world become richer? Crystal veins. A large number of crystal veins. The energy contained in crystal veins is essence energy. The little boy said. Crystal veins, Qin Feiyang muttered. The little boy said, if there's a chance, you can bring in more crystal veins. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then can the current black tortoise world stop a paragon god? Although it hasn't grown much, it won't be a problem to stop a paragon god. But it's best to avoid it. Because according to the division of human life, the black tortoise world is still in its infancy. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang asked again, what about the Empyrean realm? Are you talking in your sleep? How can the black tortoise world in its infancy withstand a powerhouse at the Empyrean realm? The little boy said angrily. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. He had asked a lot of stupid questions today. But he couldn't be blamed. This was because he knew nothing about such an independent world. About an hour later, Shangguan Fenglan finally delivered the soul stone. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and immediately went into seclusion in the castle. Regardless of anything else, he had to break through to the small success Divine Lord realm first. As for Hue Yi, he didn't follow them to the ancient castle. However, he also didn't tell Qin Feiyang where they were going. Qin Feiyang didn't care. This was because Hue Yi only had a friendship with him. Wherever Hue Yi wanted to go, that was his freedom. He couldn't control him. About a year later, Qin Feiyang finally broke through to the small success Divine Lord realm as he wished. The white-eyed wolf's speed was about the same as his. As for the fire lotus, he did not see her cultivate much and she actually broke through to become a small success Divine Lord. The coast. A year passed. The destroyed Heavenly Dragon mountain range had regained much of its vitality. Traces of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. Qin Feiyang stood high up in the air, glanced around, and then took out an image crystal. Wang. A shadow appeared. It was Hue Yi. But at this moment, Hue Yi had disguised himself as a burly man and seemed to be drinking in a restaurant. Qin Feiyang said, it seems that you've had a good year. Of course. I'm not like you, only knowing how to cultivate all day. Hue Yi said proudly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, and said, if I had your cultivation, I would also run over there every day to enjoy myself. Then you have to work hard. Hue Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang said angrily, don't be so smug. Let's talk business. Is there any news about the dragons? No. This year has been quite peaceful. Hue Yi shook his head. Peaceful? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, have they already given up? Giving up is not the style of the dragons. I think they might be brewing a bigger conspiracy. Hue Yi said. Whether they have a conspiracy or not, we can only summon the courage to accept it. What about Empyrean Palace and the Treasure Pavilion? Qin Feiyang said. Everything has returned to normal. And Empyrean Palace has recruited disciples again. This time, it seems that many terrifying monsters have appeared. Hue Yi said. The northern region is so big. It's normal for a few monsters to appear. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Hue Yi nodded and said jokingly, why don't you ask Shangguan Qiu how she's been this year? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, then how is she? You need me to remind you to ask. It seems that you really have no feelings for her. Since you hurt her a year ago, she has become a workaholic and devoted herself to the Treasure Pavilion. Because of her efforts, the Treasure Pavilion's profit this year is several times that of the previous year. But this year, no one has ever seen her smile. It feels like she has become a machine, constantly busy. Hue Yi sighed. Qin Feiyang said, then it seems that she still doesn't know that this is a show we're putting on. We definitely can't let her know. Hue Yi said. Then we can only let her suffer first. I'm going to East Tomb. Do you want to go? Qin Feiyang said. So soon? Hue Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. I'll go. I'll definitely go. Because I've long wanted to go to East Tomb, West Desert, and South Wasteland to take a look. But this is too sudden. I don't even have time to get together with Lan Huiyi said. Qin Feiyang said speechlessly, can you not think too highly of yourself? Did she say that she likes you? Even if she doesn't like me, it can't stop me from liking her. Feelings have to be paid, Huiyi said. Okay. You can take your time with her. I'll go find the deputy pavilion master now. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and then looked into the depths of the sea, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted, and his big hand grabbed in the air. A huge rock floated out of the sea and landed on the beach with a bang. Immediately after, he raised his arm, and divine power gushed out of his index finger. With a wave of his hand, 3 lines of words appeared on the huge rock. The first sentence was, dragons are dogs. The second sentence was, East Tomb, Western Desert, Southern Wasteland. The third sentence was, Qin Feiyang. This was deliberately provoking the dragons. When the dragons saw these 2 sentences, they would definitely go crazy with anger. At that time, their attention would naturally be on him alone. If you want to kill me, then come with me. Qin Feiyang smiled, and then activated the image crystal to send a message to the deputy palace master. In the southwest of the northern region, there was a large mountain. The mountain stream was lush with vegetation and wild beasts. In one of the valleys, there was a simple little courtyard. In the courtyard, smoke curled up, and one could smell the fragrance of food from afar. Around the courtyard was a vegetable garden. Green wild vegetables, exuding vitality, swayed in the wind. On the left side of the courtyard, there was a small pond. Inside, lotus leaves stood tall and lotus flowers bloomed. From the looks of it, it was as if an ordinary family lived here. Everything appeared ordinary and plain. Chapter 2250. Swish. Suddenly, 3 figures descended in the sky above the valley. The leader was an old man with an old face and grey hair. His clothes were spotless. He held a walking stick in his hand. There was a faint smile on his face and he looked approachable. The other 2 were 2 young men, about 25 or 26 years old. The one on the left was wearing a white robe. He had a slender figure and an outstanding temperament. The young man on the right was wearing a fiery red robe. His long hair was also like flames. Both of them had extraordinary appearances. The aura they exuded was also very strong. The old man chuckled and said, 2 little friends, this is where the pavilion master lives. That's right. This old man was the famous treasure pavilion vice pavilion master of the northern region. As for the 2 young men, naturally, they were Qin Feiyang and Huiyi. Hearing the vice pavilion master's words, Qin Feiyang and Huiyi lowered their heads in surprise and looked at the valley with smoke rising in spirals. Before, Qin Feiyang sent a message to the vice pavilion master to ask for his help and send him to Dongling. When the vice pavilion master heard this, he agreed to help him without hesitation and asked Qin Feiyang to immediately go to Qianlong City to find him. When Qin Feiyang entered Qianlong City and found the vice pavilion master, Huiyi also came to find him. Subsequently, the vice pavilion master opened more than a dozen altars and brought them here. At first, they didn't know where the vice pavilion master was taking them. When they heard the previous words, they knew that they were looking for the pavilion master. In other words, the altars that led to Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wasteland should be in this valley. Qin Feiyang asked, has the pavilion master always lived here? Yes. The vice pavilion master nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then he really is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. The vice pavilion master laughed hoarsely, there's no other way. He's already old. Even if he wants to fight for power and fortune, he's powerless. That's not entirely true. Look at Feng Yuan, he's also old, but isn't he still fighting for fame and fortune? Qin Feiyang said. This is just an exception. The vice pavilion master smiled and led Qin Feiyang to the courtyard. He smiled and said, old friend, I'm here for a free meal again. Furthermore, I'm not alone this time. There are 2 other guests. 2 guests? A suspicious voice came from the backyard. Qin Feiyang and Qin Feng were stunned. It was a woman's voice. Furthermore, it was very pleasant to the ears. Da. Following the sound of footsteps, a woman walked out of the courtyard. The woman was about 35 or 36 years old. She wore a long red dress. Her fine black hair was tied up high with an exquisite jade hairpin in the middle. She looked dignified and virtuous. Moreover, he was very kind and did not have any threatening aura at all. Even though there were some wrinkles by the corner of her eyes, her figure and skin were reminiscent of a young lady's. Juniors Qin Feiyang and Huoyi greet the pavilion master. Qin Feiyang and the other man hurriedly bowed. You are Qin Feiyang and Huoyi? The woman looked at the two of them curiously. Huoyi said in surprise, Pavilion master, you know us? You killed Feng Yuan and Feng Zihon of the Ninth Heaven Palace. You broke into the Divine Land and killed the guardian of the entrance. You also defeated the clone of Longzuan and forced the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan to flee. Most importantly, you even injured my disciple. With so many great achievements, it's hard for me not to know. The woman said. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, I admit to everything else, but I can't admit to hurting Shangguan Qiu. Don't be nervous. This old guy has already told me why you did this. You were right. It's just that poor girl Qiu fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. The woman sighed. Ahem. Can you not call me an old guy in front of outsiders? The vice pavilion master coughed. The woman rolled her eyes at him and then looked at Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. She smiled and said, You came at the right time. Let's have a meal together. Well, Qin Feiyang and Huoyi looked at each other and hesitated. Okay, I won't force you. Tell me, what do you want from me? The woman walked to a stone table and sat on a stone bench. Then, she pointed at a few stone benches next to her and gestured for Qin Feiyang and Huoyi to sit down. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi walked over. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, We want to go to Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness. Why are you going to those three places? The woman was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. First, we're looking for someone. Second, we're afraid that the dragons will come for revenge and implicate innocent people, so we want to lure them away. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, You're doing this for the good of the northern region, but what about Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness? If you lure the dragons there, won't innocent people be implicated? In other words, you're diverting the trouble. The woman said. Their target is me. As long as the people of the Eastern Tomb, the Western Desert, and the Southern Wasteland follow their orders, no one will be implicated. Qin Feiyang frowned. The woman said, If Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness are also wanted, then you'll really be the enemy of the world. It's okay. I've already made up my mind. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What about you? The woman looked at Huoyi. What can we do? We've already boarded his pirate ship. It's hard to get off. Huoyi looked helpless. The woman chuckled and said, I can help you, but you must promise me that you won't implicate the treasure pavilion. Not only the treasure pavilion of the northern region, but also the treasure pavilion of the Western Desert, Southern Wilderness, and Dongling. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The woman nodded and asked, Where do you plan to go first? Dongling. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the woman turned to look at the deputy pavilion master and said, You also go to Dongling and explain the situation to Old Pang. Okay. The deputy pavilion master nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and Huoyi with a smile. Come with me. After that, he turned and left the courtyard, walking toward the pond. Thank you, pavilion master. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi looked at each other, cupped their fists at the woman, and chased after the deputy pavilion master. I hope the treasure pavilion won't be implicated. The woman looked at their backs and muttered to herself. She also got up and disappeared into the backyard. Qin Feiyang caught up with the deputy pavilion master and asked suspiciously, Senior, who is the old Pang that the pavilion master mentioned just now? Old Pang is the chief pavilion master of Dongling. However, this person is not as easy to get along with as our pavilion master. He has a bad temper. In the future, don't provoke him in Dongling. Otherwise, The consequences will be unimaginable. The Deputy Pavilion Master warned. Understood. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi nodded. While talking, the two followed the Deputy Pavilion Master and stopped by the pond. Where's the altar? Qin Feiyang looked around suspiciously. It's far away, but right in front of you. The Deputy Pavilion Master pointed to the pond. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at the pond in front of them, their eyes full of surprise. The Deputy Pavilion Master waved his hand and the ground suddenly trembled. Then they saw the pond split into two and slowly moved to both sides. The most important thing was, the water in the pond was actually still. In other words, although the pond had split, although the bottom was empty, not a single drop of water was missing. Soon, directly below the pond, a secret room of about a few hundred feet appeared in front of the two. In the center of the secret room, there was a huge altar. The Deputy Pavilion Master jumped down and landed beside the altar. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi quickly followed. After entering the secret room, the Deputy Pavilion Master waved his hand again and the pond that had split into two slowly closed. The motionless water in the pond also began to ripple with waves. The Deputy Pavilion Master stood beside the altar and said to Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi, "This altar is a little different from the teleportation altar that we usually use." "How is it different?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "This altar needs to be at least at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm to be activated," the Deputy Pavilion Master said with a smile. As he spoke, waves of divine power rolled out and entered the altar. Wang. The altar suddenly emitted a hazy blood-red light. Only at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm can it be activated. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, "Is the altar in the Nine Heavens Palace the same?" "Of course. If everyone can be activated, the Nine Heavens Palace won't publicly place such an important altar on the square above the stairway to heaven," the Deputy Pavilion Master said. Qin Feiyang nodded. It seemed that in the future, he had to continue to maintain a friendly relationship with the Treasure Pavilion. Otherwise, even if the Treasure Pavilion allowed him to use the altar, he wouldn't be able to activate it. Boom. After a dozen breaths, accompanied by a deafening rumble, the altar finally activated and bloomed with dazzling light. "Let's go." The Deputy Pavilion Master smiled and stepped onto the altar. "Northern region, we'll meet again if fate allows," Qin Feiyang muttered as he also jumped onto the altar with one step. "Sigh. I'm really asking for trouble." Hue Yi shook his head and sighed, and also walked onto the altar. Immediately, the figures of the three quickly faded. In less than 3 breaths, the three completely disappeared, and the light of the altar also dimmed. Chapter 2251. Dongling. It was also in a mountain. Here, the mountains and rivers were majestic and steep. Thick and sturdy ancient trees towered into the sky. The vines were like horned dragons, full of vigor. In the heart of the mountain, there was a lake. The lake water was clear and sparkling. An ancient-looking attic was located by the lakeside. At this moment, on the balcony on the 2nd floor, a white-haired old woman was lying on a wooden armchair, resting with her eyes closed. Roar. Chirp. In the distance, fierce beasts roared in the mountain stream, and fierce birds flew high in the sky. The weakest of them was an immortal, but none of them dared to approach the lake. When they looked at the lake, there was a fear in their eyes that could not be dispelled. This place was like a forbidden zone. Swish. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared above the lake. It was the Deputy Pavilion Master and Qin Feiyang. The white-haired old woman frowned, but she did not open her eyes or speak. She seemed to recognize the Deputy Pavilion Master, and her frowning brows quickly relaxed. The Deputy Pavilion Master's gaze fell directly on the white-haired old woman, and he smiled. "Old Pang, you really know how to enjoy life day by day." "She's Old Pang? The Chief Pavilion Master of the Dongling Treasure Pavilion?" Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at the white-haired old woman, their eyes full of astonishment. Previously, they all thought that Old Pang must be an old man, but they did not expect it to be an old woman. The Chief Pavilion Masters of the Dongling Treasure Pavilion and the North region were both women. Was the Treasure Pavilion rich in women and weak in men? "What are you doing here?" The white-haired old woman said faintly, but she still did not open her eyes. Of course, I don't visit without a reason. The deputy pavilion master chuckled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi, and whispered, "You two wait here." The two nodded. The deputy pavilion master took a step forward and landed on the balcony, laughing hoarsely. "An old friend is visiting, and you still have your eyes closed. This is not the way to treat guests." The white-haired old woman raised her eyebrows and said, "It's good that we didn't directly drive you back. You still want more? Okay. I can't afford to offend you." The deputy pavilion master quickly waved his hand. Then, he leaned close to the white-haired old woman's ear and muttered softly. Hue Yi sized up the white-clothed old woman and muttered, "It seems that this old lady isn't easy to get along with." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Anyway, I won't have anything to do with her. Who cares if she is easy to get along with? There won't be any interactions." Hue Yi was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, "Isn't it a bit early for you to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Don't forget that you still need her permission to go to the western desert and the southern wasteland." Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "What I mean is, there won't be too much contact. Life is unpredictable. Don't speak too soon." Hue Yi shook his head. As he looked around at the surrounding mountains, his pupils suddenly shrank. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "The ferocious beasts around here are so strong. I can even sense the aura of a beast at the peak of the ninth heaven's realm." Hue Yi transmitted his voice with a grave expression. "No way." Qin Feiyang mumbled and glanced around. It seemed that it was really difficult to break into this place without the old lady's permission. A moment later, the white-haired old woman suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Two beams of light burst out of her eyes. Qin Feiyang immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Just a glance was so terrifying. How strong was this old woman? "Her strength is not lower than mine." Hue Yi transmitted his voice. "Half-step invincible realm?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Yes." Hue Yi replied secretly. "Half-step invincible realm." Qin Feiyang murmured. For the current him, a half-step invincible realm was like a god. The deputy pavilion master whispered, "That's how it is. I hope you can take care of them in the future." The white-haired old woman retracted her gaze and looked at the deputy pavilion master with a frown. "Do you know that they are a big trouble? If we are careless, it will bring disaster to our treasure pavilion. But he could also be our hope." The deputy pavilion master smiled. "Hope," the white-haired old woman whispered. "This old man has told you everything that needs to be told. As for what to do, it's up to you." The deputy pavilion master smiled hoarsely, turned around, and walked to Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. "Two little friends, take care of yourselves." "Thank you, senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. "It's nothing." The deputy pavilion master waved his hand and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the lake below. After sending off the deputy pavilion master, Hue Yi retracted his gaze and looked at the silent white-haired old woman. He transmitted his voice. "That old lady didn't say anything. We are unfamiliar with this place. Where should we go? Let's take it one step at a time." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "That's the only way." Hue Yi shook his head helplessly. Qin Feiyang looked up at the white-haired old woman and cupped his hands. "We won't disturb senior's cultivation. We'll take our leave first." The white-haired old woman acted as if she didn't hear anything. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang whispered, "Let's go." Hue Yi nodded. Just as the two turned around and were about to leave, the white-haired old woman finally reacted. She frowned and said, "Do you know anything about Dongling?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the white-haired old woman and shook his head. "I don't know." "If you don't know, then how are you going to go?" the white-haired old woman asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Let's find someone to inquire about the situation in Dongling first. After we have a general understanding, we can make our next plan." The white-haired old woman said, "Within a radius of tens of millions of miles, there is no one else except me. As for the nearby beasts, without my permission, no one dares to say anything." This, Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other. What was this old woman trying to say? The white-haired old woman said expressionlessly, "You can go directly to Tianluo City. There are many people in Tianluo City, so it's convenient to ask for information." With that, the white-haired old woman gave Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi more than a dozen coordinates. What kind of place is Tianluo City? Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were suspicious. However, the white-haired old woman closed her eyes and did not answer them. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They then opened the altar and left. Is it hope? Or is it suicide? Let's wait for time to prove it. Just after Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi left, the white-haired old woman opened her eyes again. She looked at the clear sky and muttered to herself. At the same time, whoosh! Sky Dragon Sea. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, a young man in black clothes flew out from the Sky Dragon Sea. This person. He was about 25 or 26 years old. There was a flame symbol on his clothes. He was a disciple of Nine Heaven Palace. Suddenly, he saw a huge rock by the sea. With a trace of suspicion, he flew towards the huge rock. When he got close to the huge rock and saw the 3 lines of words on it, his face sank. Dragons are dogs. Dongling, Western Desert, Southern Wasteland. By Qin Feiyang. Lowly human. You actually dare to insult my dragons as dogs. You really don't know life from death. The black-clothed youth clenched his hands and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Very soon, a woman in a fiery red dress appeared. The black-clothed youth said, "I already have news of Qin Feiyang. I will immediately bring everyone to the seaside of the Sky Dragon Sea." The woman leaned against a chair. Her expression was lazy. There was also a flame symbol on her clothes. But when she heard the black-clothed youth's words, the woman suddenly stood up, her eyes bursting with a strong cold light. About 100 breaths passed. 9 figures descended beside the black-clothed youth in unison. There were men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary appearance, and their temperament was also extremely outstanding. The person in the lead was the woman in the fiery red dress. The black-clothed youth glanced at the 9 people, pointed at the words on the huge rock, and said in a deep voice, "Look." The 9 of them looked over, and their faces immediately sank. The black-clothed youth said angrily, "He is openly provoking us dragons. This matter can't be taken lightly. Yes. Find him and cut him into pieces." The others were unable to restrain their anger. Only the woman in the fiery red dress remained silent as she stared at the words. "What are you thinking about?" The black-clothed youth looked at her suspiciously. The woman said in a low voice, "I'm thinking about the true intention of him leaving behind these 3 sentences." "The true intention? Isn't he obviously provoking us?" The black-clothed youth said. "Provocation is definitely a part of it. But I think there should be another factor." The woman said. "What factor?" The black-clothed youth and the others frowned. The woman pondered for a moment and said, "Could he be trying to lure us away from our base?" "Lure us away from our base? You mean, he deliberately left these words to lure us to East Tomb, West Desert, and South Wilderness? And in fact, he has been hiding in the North region all this time?" The black-clothed youth and the others were stunned. "Yes." The woman nodded. No. He doesn't even know of our existence, let alone our identities. Is there a need for him to go through so much trouble?" The black-clothed youth said. "Although he doesn't know of our existence, with his intelligence, he definitely knows that we dragons won't let this matter rest, so he prepared this show." The woman said. "What if he really went to East Tomb, West Desert, or South Wilderness?" The black-clothed youth asked. The woman glanced at the words on the boulder and frowned. Judging from the handwriting, it should have been carved not long ago. In other words, he is still in the North region, unless Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion help him. Because only Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion have teleportation altars that lead directly to East Tomb, West Desert, and South Wilderness. The woman analyzed. Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion have the guts to go against us dragons? Moreover, after a period of investigation, they do have a grudge with Qin Feiyang. The black-clothed youth said. Then he must still be in the North region. But just in case, We have to go to East Tomb, West Desert, and South Wilderness to take a look. The woman said. Okay. I'll go to East Tomb. The black-clothed youth said. I'll go to West Desert. Another black-clothed woman said. Then I'll go to South Wilderness. A red-clothed youth stood out and looked at the woman. Okay. The woman nodded. The black-clothed youth asked, but how are we going to get there? With our speed and strength, it will take at least a few years to get to those 3 regions, especially South Wilderness. It's directly opposite the North region, separated by the Divine Land. It's the furthest away. The woman's lips curled up and said, Doesn't 9 Heavens Palace have an altar? That won't work. Because with our cultivation, we can't revive that altar. Moreover, 9 Heavens Palace won't allow us to activate the altar. The black-clothed youth frowned. Chapter 2252. The woman said, At this point, we no longer need to hide our identities. No longer need to hide. The black-clothed youth and the others were stunned for a moment before a trace of joy crept onto their faces. Ever since the primordial divine mirror sent me to the North region, I haven't had a good day. Isn't that so? Think about it. Who doesn't respect us in the Divine Land? But ever since we came to the North region, not only did we have to swallow our pride, but we also have to bow to those elders all day long. I've had enough of this kind of humiliation. When we return to the Empyrean Palace, I must let them know that the dignity of the dragons is not to be violated. The group of people kept talking at the same time, their faces full of disdain. Then let's go back. The woman smiled slightly and opened an altar. The group of people jumped up one after another and then landed on the peak below the stairway. Beside the stairway, Elder Wei sat cross-legged on the ground as usual, silently guarding the Empyrean Palace. The 10 women glanced at Elder Wei and then flew up to the Empyrean Palace. After the 10 of them stepped on the stairway, Elder Wei opened his eyes and looked at the backs of the 10 people. A trace of mockery flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes again without saying a word. Empyrean Palace. In a pavilion. Shangguan Fenglan was chatting and drinking tea with the first elder. The first elder smiled and said, I haven't been so carefree in a long time. You should enjoy life. Don't worry about this and that all day long. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. The first elder shook his head and sighed. Empyrean Palace is so big with tens of millions of disciples. How can I not worry? Shangguan Fenglan was speechless. Don't you still have us? I know you still have us. All these years, it's all thanks to you guys helping me share the burden. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it. The first elder said. It's all part of our duty. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. If everyone can be as responsible as you, then I can really be a carefree wild crane. Unfortunately, not everyone is like that. Let's get back to the main topic. Have those 10 people made any movements recently? The first elder asked. They're quite quiet. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. These people thought that they could deceive everyone, but little did they know that the Vice Palace Master already knew their identities from the very first day they entered the 9 Heavens Palace. The Grand Elder sneered. Still too young. If it were the older generation of dragons, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Shangguan Fenglan said. The Great Elder frowned and said, but then again, what is Lord Vice Palace Master doing? Why do you always ask your master to pass on the message? Who knows? Shangguan Fenglan shrugged helplessly. The first elder thought for a moment and said, why don't you find another time to sound out your master's intentions? Don't you know his temper? Trying to pry open his mouth is harder than ascending to heaven. Shangguan Fenglan smiled bitterly. What a headache. The Grand Elder rubbed his forehead. Swish. But suddenly, 10 auras descended. The first elder and Shangguan Fenglan were stunned. They looked up and saw 10 young men and women standing proudly in the sky. It was the 10 women. The first elder and Shangguan Fenglan looked at each other. Shangguan Fenglan immediately scolded. What are you doing? Do you still have any rules? Is this a place where you can come? The corner of the black-clothed youth's mouth lifted. He looked down at the 2 and said disdainfully, how dare you speak to me in such an arrogant tone? You're courting death. Presumptuous. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. The presumptuous one is you. The black-clothed youth's eyes were cold, and a black light suddenly emerged from his body. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a black dragon appeared in the sky. Black dragon. Shangguan Fenglan was shocked. That's right. We are all dragons people. Under the orders of the ancestral dragons, we came to the northern region to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace and investigate the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. At the same time, we'll also investigate whether the Nine Heavens Palace colluded with Qin Feiyang. The woman in the lead said. What? You are dragons people. Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder suddenly stood up, their faces full of shock. The woman took out a fiery red token from her yin and yang ring. The token was the size of a baby's palm and seemed to be cast from lava. A lifelike fire dragon totem was engraved on it. This is the dragon god token of the Fire Dragon clan. The Nine Heavens Palace has fought with the dragons before, so you should be familiar with the dragon god token. The woman smiled proudly. It really is the dragon god token. The Great Elder's eyes trembled. Black Dragon returned to his human form. He coldly looked at the two elders and shouted, "Why aren't you kneeling down to welcome our arrival?" "Kneel and welcome?" Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. "Why? You dare to disobey the orders of the dragons?" The black-clothed youth shouted. The Great Elder's eyes were gloomy. If it were the ancestral dragons, kneeling was inevitable. After all, the ancestral dragons were too strong. But the 10 people in front of him were just the younger generation of the dragons. Their cultivation was only at the Lord God realm. What right did they have to make him, the Great Elder of the Nine Heavens Palace, kneel? If he really did kneel, it wouldn't just be a disgrace, it would be a stain that he couldn't erase for the rest of his life. "Didn't you hear that we told you to kneel? Disobeying our orders is an affront to the dignity of the dragons. Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the Nine Heavens Palace?" The group of people shouted. "Affront to the dignity of the dragons," the Great Elder murmured. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at the Great Elder, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Then, she raised her hand and a terrifying aura appeared, instantly imprisoning the 10 people. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" The woman shouted angrily. The black-clothed youth and the other 8 were also shocked. Shangguan Fenglan said coldly, "Although you are the dragons, you should at least know how to respect the old and love the young." The Great Elder saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly said, "Fenglan, calm down. Don't worry about it. I have nothing to say in the face of the ancestral dragon's oppression, but a group of brats dares to abuse their power in front of you. I really can't stand it." Shangguan Fenglan said. "But," the Great Elder said, "don't worry, I will take care of it." But before the Great Elder could say anything, Shangguan Fenglan transmitted her voice. Hearing this, the Great Elder didn't speak again, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. The woman looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "You better think carefully, don't bring disaster to the Nine Heavens Palace because of a moment of stupidity." "Stupid? Who is the stupid one? Do you really think we don't know your true identity?" Shangguan Fenglan sneered. "What?" The 10 people were shocked. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Do you still remember that all disciples who enter the Nine Heavens Palace have to drip a drop of blood on the sky stairway?" The 10 people looked at each other. There was indeed such a thing. "Let me tell you, this sky stairway is the divine artifact of our Vice Palace Master. And you, although you have taken human form, your blood cannot be changed, it is still dragon blood. So back then, when your blood was integrated into the sky stairway, the Vice Palace Master had already noticed your identity." Shangguan Fenglan said. The woman raised her eyebrows and said, "Since you knew, why didn't you say anything?" "Of course, it was to cooperate with you. After all, you are dragons, how would we dare to provoke you? But I didn't expect that you would actually use our tolerance as capital for you to become even more aggressive." Shangguan Fenglan shouted, killing intent surging in her eyes. "Don't mess around." Looking at the current Shangguan Fenglan, the group of people couldn't help but panic. "It's not that I want to mess around, you asked for it. As dragons, you do have the right to be proud, but you also have to see the situation clearly. Now, you are not in the Divine Land, but in the northern region, in the Nine Heavens Palace. Remember, this is the price of arrogance. If there is an afterlife, remember to keep a low profile. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she decisively killed. Accompanied by a series of screams, the 10 people died one after another. After death, the 10 people also automatically revealed their original forms. 2 black dragons, 3 fire dragon, 3 earth dragons, and 2 water dragons. Fenglan, did you really kill them? The great elder looked sluggish. Phew. Shangguan Fenglan exhaled a long breath and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Before I made the move, I had already thought about how to deal with the aftermath." How to deal with the aftermath? The great elder asked. Find someone to pretend to be Qin Feiyang and send their bodies to Sky Dragon City. At that time, even if the dragons come to investigate, they will only look for Qin Feiyang. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. It turns out to be like this. The great elder suddenly realized and nodded. The idea is a good one, but isn't it a bit unreasonable? Even the ancestral dragon, Dragon Sovereign, and Qin Feiyang have offended them. Why are you afraid of this small matter? Besides, Lin Yi robbed us of 800 billion soul stones. What does it matter if she takes the blame for us? Shangguan Fenglan pouted. You little brat. The great elder laughed and nodded. Okay, let's do as you said. Immediately arrange for someone to disguise themselves as Qin Feiyang and send their bodies to Sky Dragon City. Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, I'm afraid you have to go in person. This old man will go in person? The great elder was taken aback. Yes. This matter is related to the safety of our 9 Heavens Palace. No one can easily believe it. Only we know. And I am a woman. Don't count on Master, that old man. Then, only you are left. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. The great elder smiled bitterly and said, well, for the sake of 9 Heavens Palace, this old man will go in person. Shangguan Fenglan thought for a while and said, I also want to find Master. Why? The great elder was suspicious. These 10 people suddenly revealed their identities. I think they should have found the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. And Master has been guarding the sky stairway. He must know something. Shangguan Fenglan said. Okay then, let's act separately. The great elder said. Shangguan Fenglan nodded, turned into a stream of light, rushed to the bottom of the sky stairway like lightning, stood in front of Elder Wei, and respectfully said, Greetings, Master. What's wrong? Elder Wei opened his eyes and asked. Shangguan Fenglan said, The 10 dragons have just been killed by me. Why did you kill them? Elder Wei was shocked. Shangguan Fenglan snorted coldly. They humiliated the great elder. Shouldn't they be killed? Chapter 2253. You're too impulsive. No matter what, they're still dragons, people. If Ancestral Dragon and Dragon Sovereign find out, do you know how they'll take revenge on us? Elder Wei said angrily. It's okay. I've already thought of a way to deal with the aftermath. I came to find you because I want to know if those 10 people had left 9 Heavens Palace before. Shangguan Fenglan said. Yes. But they used the teleportation altar to go back and forth. I don't know where they went. Elder Wei said. Shangguan Fenglan frowned. They came out for a trip and went back to tell you all their cards. They should have already found out the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. Elder Wei thought for a while and asked, Where was the last time you saw Qin Feiyang? Shangguan Fenglan said, I saw him a year ago, at the seaside of the Sky Dragon Sea. Then you can go to the seaside to take a look or send him a message. Elder Wei said. I'll go take a look first. After Shangguan Fenglan said that, she opened an altar and descended above the seaside. Immediately. She also saw the huge rock left by Qin Feiyang. Dragons are dogs. East Tomb, West Desert, South Wilderness. When she saw the 3 lines of words engraved on it, Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and smiled bitterly. This was really an unscrupulous provocation. Wait. East Tomb, West Desert, South Wilderness. Could it be that this guy had already left the North region? In that case, the 10 dragons should have also seen these provocative words, so they wanted to go to East Tomb, West Desert, and South Wilderness to investigate through the altar of 9th Heaven Palace. So they went to find them. Shangguan Fenglan took out the image crystal and tried to send a message to Qin Feiyang, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response. After thinking for a while, she sent a message to the Deputy Pavilion Master. Buzz. The Deputy Pavilion Master's shadow soon appeared and asked with a smile, "Little Lan, what's the matter?" Shangguan Fenglan said, "Where's Qin Feiyang?" The Deputy Pavilion Master was stunned and asked suspiciously, "He didn't tell you that he was going to East Tomb?" "No." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. "Looks like he doesn't want to disturb you. He and Hue Yi have already entered the Eastern Tomb." The Deputy Pavilion Master said with a smile. "When did this happen?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. The Vice Pavilion Master said, "Not long ago, I personally sent them there. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with them. Those two bastards didn't even tell me they were leaving." Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. The Vice Pavilion Master asked, "Why are you looking for them? See for yourself." Shangguan Fenglan turned the image crystal and pointed it at the boulder below. The Vice Pavilion Master's face also showed a trace of astonishment. "There's one more thing. Actually, during the last disciple recruitment, some dragons had already infiltrated my Nine Heavens Palace." Shangguan Fenglan said again. "What?" The Vice Pavilion Master was shocked. "It's like this." Shangguan Fenglan did not hide anything from the Deputy Pavilion Master. "Let's talk about Qin Feiyang." According to the coordinates given to them by the white-haired old woman, they activated more than a dozen teleportation altars along the way and finally arrived in the sky above a plain. The plain was vast and boundless. It was surrounded by mountains, majestic and magnificent. And in the center of the plain, there was a city that covered an area of thousands of miles. The ancient buildings were tall and imposing. A dark city wall surrounded the entire city like a giant dragon, emitting a cold aura. Inside the city, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and it was very lively. At the city gate, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. For city guards stood on both sides of the city gate, holding long spears in their hands. Their sharp eyes scanned everyone who entered and left the city. Above the city gate, the three large words of Qianluo City were written with iron hook and silver, vigorous and powerful. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi stood in the void, curiously sizing up Qianluo City. They did not notice that the people passing by the plain below all stopped and raised their heads, looking at them with stunned eyes. And in the entire sky above the plain, only the two of them were standing in the void, while the others were standing on the ground. "The two of you up there, what are you doing? Get down here." Suddenly, a violent shout sounded at the city gate. They saw the four city guards fiercely staring at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were stunned. They lowered their heads and looked at the city gate. Qin Feiyang asked, "Are you talking about us?" "Nonsense. If it's not you, then who is it? Get down here immediately to be punished." One of the guards coldly shouted. "Punished? What's going on?" Qin Feiyang looked at Hue Yi in astonishment. "How would I know? It's also my first time in Qianluo City." Hue Yi stared at him, feeling extremely puzzled. They had just arrived in Qianluo City, and they had not even entered the city gate. How could they be punished? Looking at the other people on the plain, they were all gloating. The two of them flew towards the city gate with a stomach full of doubts. "I told you to get down. Didn't you hear me?" Seeing Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi still flying in the void, the four guards were furious. Divine power rolled out and rushed towards the two of them. The strength of the four guards was quite good. They were all perfect monarchs. "Are you crazy?" Hue Yi raised his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, the divine power of the four guards immediately dissipated. You dare to fight back?" The expressions of the four guards froze, and then they became angry out of shame. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why can't I fight back?" Hue Yi said angrily. "What? You dare to shout at the city guards?" Everyone was shocked. The faces of the four guards instantly darkened. "Wait." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped Hue Yi and scanned the surrounding void. Then he looked at the plain below and frowned. Could it be that flying is not allowed in Qianluo City? Not allowed to fly? Hue Yi was stunned. Only then did he notice that there was indeed no one in the sky above the plane except for him and Qin Feiyang. The two of them quickly swooped down and landed on the ground. In the crowd, someone asked, "You don't even know the rule that you can't fly in the sky above Qianlong City? Are you from outer space? You really can't fly?" Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other. The deputy pavilion master and the white-haired old woman didn't mention this matter. "What are you waiting for? Get over here." The four guards stared at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi from afar and shouted. Hue Yi frowned. Although they had violated the rules, there was a saying that said, "The ignorant are innocent." What was the point of being so overbearing? Go over quickly. Otherwise, you will be taken to the City Lord Mansion later. Then you will suffer. Someone whispered. City Lord Mansion? Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were stunned and quickly walked towards the city gate. Qin Feiyang looked at the four guards and said, "I remember that Qianlong City doesn't have a City Lord Mansion, right? Qianlong City indeed doesn't have a City Lord Mansion. And those who guard the city are supported by the Treasure Pavilion and Nine Heaven Palace." Hue Yi thought. Then why is there a City Lord Mansion in Tianluo City? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Different places, the structure is definitely different, Hue Yi said. Soon. The two of them walked to the city gate. One of the guards immediately shouted, "Don't you know the rules of Tianluo City?" "I'm sorry. This is the first time we brothers have come to Tianluo City. We really don't know about this rule. Please forgive us." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Who's your brother? Don't try to curry favor. Besides, in the entire Dongling, who doesn't know the rules of Tianluo City? Unless you are from the northern region, western desert, or southern wasteland." The guard snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. It was just a small matter, why couldn't they let it go? "Fine. Seeing that your attitude is not bad, I won't send you to the City Lord Mansion. If each of you pays a fine of 100 million, this matter will be over." The guard looked at the two of them and said, "Spirit stone? Or divine crystal?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course it's divine crystal. 200 million spirit stones, do you two have it?" The guard had a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, 200 million spirit stones, we have never seen it before, how could we have it? Isn't that right? Don't be long-winded, hurry up and pay the fine. The guard said impatiently. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Wait." Hue Yi suddenly stopped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "It's better to avoid trouble. This won't do. In any case, I'm a half-step immortal. If I pay the fine like this, where will I put my face?" Hue Yi secretly snorted coldly. Looking at Hue Yi's action, the guard raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you want to do? Do you think the fine of 100 million spirit stones is not enough? Fine, I'll add another 100 million, 200 million each, a total of 400 million spirit stones. Hand it over immediately. I have spirit stones. But please answer a question of mine first." Hue Yi crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Do you have the qualifications to bargain? Do you want to go to the City Lord Mansion?" The guard shouted. "I'm really not interested in the City Lord Mansion. I also understand that without rules, nothing can be accomplished. But this kind of rule is usually limited to within the city, but your Tianluo City actually can't even fly outside the city. This is a bit outrageous. I just want to know, which idiot set this rule?" Hue Yi looked at the guard curiously and said, "Presumptuous. You even dare to scold the City Lord? You're simply courting death." The guard suddenly became furious. He raised his arm and slapped Hue Yi's face. "It seems that this person is really stupid. Wouldn't it be fine if he just obediently paid the fine? Why does he have to go looking for a beating?" The surrounding people shook their heads, looking at Hue Yi as if they were looking at an idiot. Seeing that the guard's slap was about to land on Hue Yi's face, Hue Yi raised his arm like lightning and grabbed the guard's wrist. He grinned and said, "So it's a strange rule set by the City Lord. But I advise you, it's best if you don't do it. You're openly threatening me. Brothers, take them to the City Lord Mansion and wait for the City Lord Mansion's punishment." The guard shouted. The other 3 guards immediately swarmed up. Hey, hey, hey. I'll say it again, don't do it. Huo Yi quickly pointed at the 3 and said. However, the 3 turned a deaf ear. Fine, fine, I'll pay. It's just 400 million spirit stones. This young master doesn't care. Huo Yi said helplessly. Chapter 2254. Do you think it's too late to say this now? The 4 guards sneered. 2 of them were holding Qin Feiyang, while the other 2 were holding Huo Yi. Both of their hands were locked behind their backs. Hey, hey, hey. I've already promised to give you divine crystals. Don't go too far. Huo Yi raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang sighed. Just stop talking. Why shouldn't I say anything? I can understand that you're managing things inside the city, but you're actually managing things outside the city. Isn't that a bit too much? Huo Yi pursed his lips. Yes. The city lord's mansion is in charge of everything within tens of thousands of miles outside the city. Do you have any objections? The 4 guards had a mocking look on their faces. So powerful? Huo Yi was shocked. Of course. In Tianluo City, who dares to go against the city lord's mansion? The 4 guards had a proud look on their faces. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, The 4 of you, this brother of mine has had a problem with his brain since he was young. His words are incoherent. Please forgive him. Huo Yi's face darkened. He said angrily, You're the one with a problem with your brain. Qin Feiyang sighed. Look, he even scolded me, his brother. If he's not sick, then what is? Brother? Huo Yi's face twitched. Has a problem with his brain? The 4 guards looked at each other and smiled. They then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you think we're fools? Nope. Qin Feiyang shook his head. One of the guards shouted, Then why did you find such a lame excuse? Brother, don't be angry. It's not worth it for such a small matter. How about this? Next time, I'll treat the 4 of you to a few drinks. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Haha, you actually know how to please us. Looks like you're not stupid. But sorry, we don't lack wine. Let's go. Obediently go to the city lord's mansion. You're just a low-level divine lord. It's meaningless to resist. Instead, you'll suffer physical pain. The 4 faces were full of contempt. Qin Feiyang frowned. There was a limit to a person's patience. He was already being very courteous, yet she still refused to let it go. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved without violence. Dong. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as if there was a great earthquake. What's the situation? The crowd stirred. Qin Feiyang, Huo Yi, and the 4 guards were also slightly stunned. They turned their heads and saw a giant black panther running out of the forest outside the plains, heading straight for the city gate. So it was him. Everyone mumbled. Fear crept into their eyes and they quickly retreated to the sides. Who? Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo were suspicious. The black leopard's body was more than 10 meters long. With every step it took, the ground would shake. Especially those fangs, which were as sharp as blades. There was still blood at the corner of its mouth, as if it had just returned from a hunt. Furthermore, it was also extremely powerful, a half-step transcendental god. Huo Yi hurriedly looked at the 4 guards and said, It's rushing towards the city gate. It's obviously going to attack everyone. Why aren't you going to block it? Attack everyone? The 4 of them laughed mockingly. What's the situation? Huo Yi was puzzled. Whoosh. At this moment, in the forest, another purple-clothed youth appeared. He was about 27 or 28 years old and was about 1.8 meters tall. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a noble aura. His cultivation was also not bad, a perfect divine lord. But his expression was extremely arrogant. It was the kind of arrogance that looked down on everyone. Furthermore, the youth was also flying in the air. And he was walking in the air with his hands behind his back. That posture was simply like a second-generation ancestor. But the key point was that the 4 guards who were escorting Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo acted as if they did not see it and did not ask anything. Huo Yi frowned and said, Brothers, he also violated the rules of Sky Dragon City. Why didn't I see you do anything? But the four of them acted as if they did not hear it. However, the ridicule on their faces became even stronger, as if they were mocking Huiyi's ignorance and stupidity. Dong. The giant black panther ran wildly, also rampaging, and on the way, it even injured a few innocent passers-by. But the four guards also turned a blind eye to this. When it arrived in front of the city gate, the giant black panther suddenly braked and then roared towards the sky. The surrounding people were all frightened and retreated in horror. Looking at everyone's reaction, the giant black panther seemed to be very proud. Its huge eyes were also filled with disdain for everyone. Ayaya, so impressive. Huiyi muttered. After a few breaths, the purple-clothed youth stepped on the air and landed on the back of the giant black panther. Looking around at the crowd, his expression was also full of disdain. Suddenly, the purple-clothed youth saw Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo and looked at them suspiciously for a while. Looking at the four guards, he asked, "What did they do?" "Young city lord. These two are arrogant people. We are planning to send them to the city lord mansion." The four of them said respectfully. "Young city lord?" Qin Feiyang and Huiyi looked at each other. No wonder he was so impressive. It turned out that he was the son of the city lord of Sky Luo City. Arrogant people? When the purple-clothed youth heard this, he looked slightly stunned and asked curiously, "Why are they arrogant?" One of the guards said, "Not only did they violate the rules by flying at high altitude, but they also threatened us and even called the city lord a weirdo." "What? How dare they insult my father?" The purple-clothed youth's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "Ahem. Young city lord, don't listen to their nonsense. I said that this rule is a bit weird, but I didn't say that your father is a weirdo." Huiyi laughed. Still quibbling. "Earlier, the people here all heard you say that it was a freak who set the rules. Aren't you insulting the city lord?" The four guards shouted. The purple-clothed youth swept the crowd around and asked, "Is that so?" Everyone nodded. "Courting death." The purple-clothed youth smiled coldly. "Young city lord, you're right. They're courting death. We will take them to the city lord mansion now and let the city lord deal with them." The four guards had a fawning look on their faces. "No need." The purple-clothed youth waved his hand. "Huh." The four guards were stunned and looked at the purple-clothed youth in puzzlement. "Father is busy with official business. Don't bother him with such a small matter. Let me handle it." The purple-clothed youth chuckled and then jumped down and landed on the ground. The four guards looked at each other and immediately escorted Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu to the front of the purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth looked at the two and said with a smile, "To be honest, I admire your courage." I'm ashamed. Huiyi shook his head and said, No. I'm telling the truth. I really admire you guys. Because you guys are the first people who dared to insult my father in public. Of course, that's another matter. Although I admire you, I can't let you go. After all, the person you scolded is my father. Don't you think so? The purple-clothed youth asked with a smile. Yes. If I don't care about being scolded, then I'm an unfilial son. Huiyi nodded seriously. It seems that you are a reasonable person. I like reasonable people the most. Well, since you're so sensible, I'll give you a choice. The purple-clothed youth said with a smile. What choice? Huiyi looked at him curiously. My mount just went out to hunt and hasn't eaten enough. So, I'll choose one of the two. You two can discuss who is willing to be my mount's food. As long as one of you is willing, I'll let the other one go. The purple-clothed youth said. Hearing this, the black leopard immediately stared at Qin Feiyang and Huiyi, drooling. Food? Huiyi was slightly stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh and transmitted his voice. Do whatever you want. Understood. Huiyi smiled and looked at the purple-clothed youth, saying, What if we don't want to? There's no if. You have to choose. Otherwise, both of you will become its food. The purple-clothed youth chuckled. Huiyi was stunned. He looked up at the black leopard and shook his head. If we both become its food, I'm worried that its stomach won't be able to hold it. Roar. The black leopard heard this and roared angrily. How dare he look down on it? I'm serious. Your stomach really can't hold the two of us. But if it's the master in front of you, Huiyi grinned and said, how about it, Junior Leopard, do you want to taste your master? The black leopard was stunned and glanced at the purple-clothed youth with deep fear in its eyes. At the same time, the purple-clothed youth's face suddenly darkened. The four guards' faces also changed. How dare he provoke the young city lord like this? Huiyi turned a blind eye and looked at the black leopard, smiling, if you want to taste, I can fulfill your wish. Roar. The black leopard immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit at Huiyi. The two guards holding Huiyi saw this situation and their faces changed slightly. They quickly let go of Huiyi and retreated. If they didn't retreat, the two of them might become the black leopard's food. Just a little leopard and you're scared to this extent, aren't you cowards? Huiyi looked at the two with disdain. The two glared at each other. But Huiyi ignored them and looked up at the black leopard. Its bloody mouth and fangs were indeed a little scary. However, Huiyi didn't put it in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, the purple-clothed youth suddenly reached out and stopped the black leopard. Young city lord, what are you doing? Could it be that your mood suddenly improved and you're going to let us go? Huiyi asked suspiciously. Let you go? Haha, are you talking in your sleep? The purple-clothed youth laughed and crossed his arms. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I just feel that killing you like this is too easy for you. So that's how it is. I said that a playboy like you wouldn't be so kind-hearted. Then tell me, what do you want? Huiyi also crossed his arms and looked at the purple-clothed youth playfully and laughed. Playboy? Yes, I'm a playboy. I'm proud. But what about you? You want to be a playboy, but you don't have the capital. You asked me what I want. Well, I'll tell you now, kneel at my feet and kowtow to me and apologize. The purple-clothed youth shouted. Chapter 2255. Proud. I'm afraid you're the only one in this world who can take being a playboy for granted. Huiyi laughed. Don't talk nonsense with me. Kneel down immediately. The purple-clothed youth said. What if I don't kneel? Huiyi said. Don't kneel? Then not only will you die, even your friends and family will be implicated. Although I don't know where you came from, with the city lord's mansion's strength, it's easy to investigate. The purple-clothed youth sneered. Haha, Huiyi laughed. What are you laughing at? The purple-clothed youth frowned. I'm laughing at the fact that the city lord's mansion can do whatever they want in such a big city. I'm laughing at the fact that a small city lord's son can cover the sky with one hand. What's even more ridiculous is that in the face of such unfair treatment, no one in Heaven Luo City dares to stand up and speak. I want to ask everyone, since it's a rule, shouldn't everyone abide by it? Why can he fly in the air? Huiyi glanced at the crowd and shouted with righteous indignation. Facing Huiyi's gaze, everyone lowered their heads in shame. The purple-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and said, because I'm the city lord's son, is this reason enough? Huiyi stared at the purple-clothed youth and said aggressively, as the city lord's son, shouldn't you lead by example? The purple-clothed youth said angrily, don't talk to me about these principles. Kneel or not, you're not qualified. Huiyi smiled coldly and a monstrous pressure erupted. The people present instantly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. This pressure, the purple-clothed youth's pupils contracted. Other than the dragons, you're the first one who dares to be arrogant in front of me. I'll let you know the price of angering me. Kneel. Huiyi shouted. The terrifying pressure rushed towards the purple-clothed youth. With a plop, the purple-clothed youth immediately knelt on the ground. And you? Huiyi looked at the black leopard. The black leopard's body trembled and quickly lay on the ground, trembling. What are you doing? Retract your pressure, or we'll kill your accomplice. Upon seeing this, the two guards holding Qin Feiyang hastily shouted at Huiyi. I'll kill you first. Huiyi smiled sinisterly, landing behind the two with a step. His large hands were like eagle claws, grabbing towards the two people's heads. Following a catcher sound, the two men's heads shattered on the spot, and their cries of agony reverberated throughout the area. Can't you be a little gentler? I'm covered in blood. Qin Feiyang stretched his arms and turned his head to look at Hui Yi with dissatisfaction. Big brother, I'm saving you. Hui Yi frowned. Do I need your help? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. All right. I guess I was being nosy. Hui Yi was extremely annoyed. After killing the guards of the city lord's mansion, you can still talk so casually. Who are these two people? Why doesn't he seem to be afraid of the city lord's mansion at all? Wait. They shouldn't be disciples of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, right? Disciples of Heavenly Cloud Mountain? They don't look like it. Look at their clothes, there's no sign of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. People were whispering to each other. Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, turning his head to look at Hui Yi, suspiciously asking, what is Heavenly Cloud Mountain? How would I know? Hui Yi stared at him snappily, then glanced at the other two guards. The two guards had already been scared silly by Hui Yi's methods. 400 million fine, right? Come here, I'll give it to you. Hui Yi took off his universe ring and beckoned to the two. The two shook their heads. The arrogance from before had long since vanished, leaving only a heart full of fear. Obviously. This time they had encountered a tough opponent. Hui Yi raised his eyebrows and said, Didn't you hear me calling you over? Quickly report to the city lord. One of the guards growled in horror and turned to run into the city. The other guard also hurriedly followed. You dare to abandon me and run away alone? The purple-clothed youth looked at the two and couldn't help but burn with anger in his heart. Did you see that? Usually, they try to curry favor with you because of your identity and the benefits you can bring them. But when it comes to the critical moment, who will give a damn about you? Are you angry? Hui Yi looked at the purple-clothed youth with ridicule and said. The purple-clothed youth clenched his fists, killing intent flashing in his eyes. You want to kill them? Okay, I'll help you. Hui Yi grinned and waved his hand. Two strands of hair-like divine power broke through the air like lightning. The two guards had already fled into the city and blended into the crowd. Their faces were full of fear. I really didn't expect to encounter two ruthless characters. Yeah, they even dared to touch the young city lord. I guess their background is not small. Wait a minute. Do you think the young city lord will blame us if we run away alone? Who cares? Running for our lives is more important. Besides, we're going to report to the city lord to save him. That makes sense. Then let's go. The two thought that they had safely escaped and stopped to mutter a few words. But just as they finished muttering and were about to leave, a terrifying killing intent enveloped them. What? The two hurriedly turned their heads and saw two strands of fiery divine power pass through the crowd and kill them as if they had self-awareness. What's going on? The pedestrians on the street immediately turned pale. Damn it. Run. The two guards' faces changed as they hurriedly activated escape mode. But facing Hui Yi, who was a half-step Undying Realm expert, how could they escape? The two strands of divine power were like lightning that cut through the void and entered the back of the two's heads. Accompanied by two shrill screams, the two died on the spot. Not even half a strand of divine soul was left. This, although there were many people on the street, and it could even be described as crowded, except for the two guards, no one was harmed. Looking at the two guards slowly falling to the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. Someone actually committed murder in the city. And they were the guards of the city lord's mansion? Who was so bold? Wait. Could it be the owner of the pressure outside the city? The crowd immediately swarmed toward the city gate. Outside the city, after hearing the screams, Hui Yi looked down at the purple-clothed youth kneeling on the ground and smiled. How is it? Do you feel better? You'd better withdraw your pressure immediately. Otherwise, when my father comes and sees me kneeling in front of you, even a god won't be able to save you. The purple-clothed youth said in a deep voice. No. Seeing you kneel in front of me, your father will only feel honored and proud. Hui Yi waved his hand. You'll regret it. The purple-clothed youth said word by word, his eyes filled with a strong cold light. Whether I'll regret it or not, we'll talk about it later. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. What did you say just now? Yes. Just now, You said you want me to kneel and kowtow to you. But now, since you're the one kneeling on the ground, then you should kowtow to me too. Don't dawdle, hurry up, or you'll end up like those 4 guards. Huoyi laughed. Don't go too far. The purple-clothed youth suppressed his voice and said in a low voice. Too far? I don't think so. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Huoyi said. The purple-clothed youth clenched his hands and transmitted his voice. Give me some face. Do you still need face when you can treat being a wastrel as glory? Hurry up, stop nagging. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Huoyi waved his hand impatiently. You, the purple-clothed youth glared at Huoyi. Fuck. Huoyi raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. He grabbed the purple-clothed youth's hair and pressed him to the ground. I'm talking to you nicely, but you won't listen. You want me to make a move? I'll definitely kill you. Just you wait, the purple-clothed youth roared. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was young. Moreover, it was done in front of so many people and so many pairs of eyes. Kill me. Then it seems that I can't keep you alive. But I'm in a dilemma. Should I kill you directly or chop you into 8 pieces first? I think the latter is more fun. Alright, it's decided then. I'll chop you into 8 pieces first and then send you to hell. Huoyi grinned. Divine power surged and condensed into a fiery red dagger. Is he really going to kill the young city lord? Look at him, does he look like he's joking? He's really crazy. People discussed in low voices, their eyes filled with fear that could not be dispelled. Don't, I'll do it. The purple-clothed youth's expression suddenly changed as he hurriedly shouted. That's more like it. Do it, don't stop until I'm satisfied. Huoyi held the dagger and crossed his arms as he looked at the purple-clothed youth with a smile. The purple-clothed youth raised his head and looked at Huoyi with resentment. He gritted his teeth and slammed his head heavily on the ground. One after another, banging sounds rang out. Huoyi frowned. Didn't you eat? You didn't use enough strength. Bang! Bang! The purple-clothed youth gritted his teeth and slammed his head harder on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. In just a few hits, the skin on his forehead split open and blood flowed out. That's more like it. Before I'm in a good mood, you can't stop. Huoyi said coldly and took out 2 recliners from his interspatial ring. What is he doing? People were surprised. Following that, under the astonished gazes of the people, Huoyi took out a wine jug and leisurely lay on the recliner. He drank wine while basking in the sun with a satisfied expression. What's going on? The people who had rushed out of the city were also dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Don't waste time, okay? Qin Feiyang looked at Huoyi speechlessly. How is this a waste of time? I'm helping you, Huoyi said. Helping me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Huoyi said, sit down first and listen to me slowly. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously and sat on the other recliner. Do you want to drink? Huoyi shook the wine jug in his hand. Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You're not interesting. Huoyi rolled his eyes at him and grabbed the wine jug. He laughed and said, basking in the sun while drinking wine. There are even people kowtowing. This life is really comfortable. Chapter 2256. Everyone was speechless. If this scene was seen by the city lord, wouldn't he be mad? Qin Feiyang secretly said, you said that you are helping me, what do you mean? Huoyi asked, answer me first, do we have any acquaintances in Dongling? I'm sure not, but it's hard to say for you. Qin Feiyang said. You don't believe me? Huoyi said angrily. It's not that I don't believe you. After all, with your cultivation in front of you, it's easy to come to Dongling. It's not impossible to have a few friends in Dongling. Qin Feiyang secretly said. I really haven't been to Dongling. Huoyi was helpless. Qin Feiyang said, if you haven't been here, then you haven't been here. There's no need to make a special statement. I'm just afraid that you'll misunderstand. Look, the 2 of us don't have any friends in Dongling. How are we going to find Demon Ancestor and the others? Huoyi secretly said. Qin Feiyang was silent. If it's in the North region, with the help of 9 Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion, we don't need to worry at all. But here, We can only rely on ourselves. So, I thought of a plan. Huoyi secretly laughed. What plan? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Lure the snake out of its hole, Huoyi said. Lure the snake out of its hole? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Huoyi asked, Demon Ancestor and the others should know your name, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Isn't that simple? Now let's make a fuss as much as we want. It's best if everyone in Dongling knows about it. At that time, when Demon Ancestor and the others hear your name, they will naturally take the initiative to look for you. Huoyi laughed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. How is it? You can even think of such a powerful method. Do you suddenly admire me, and want to be my underling? Huoyi said proudly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. What a narcissistic guy. However, this idea was not bad at all. They did not need a single soldier to lure out the Demon Ancestor and Dong Zhengyang. This son of the city lord was really unlucky. Of all the people he could have provoked, he just had to come and provoke them. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? How is it? For this perfect plan, shouldn't you drink with me? Huoyi shook the wine jug in his hand. What an alcoholic. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, All right. That's right. If a man doesn't drink, how can he be called a man? Huoyi directly threw the jug of wine in his hand to Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, You don't mind that I drank it, right? Are you sick? Qin Feiyang took the wine pot and asked. Huoyi said angrily, Isn't that nonsense? I'm a grand half-step undying, how could I be sick? Since you're not sick, why should I mind? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Huoyi. He grabbed the wine jug and took a big gulp. Then, he tossed the wine jug to Huoyi. Huoyi caught the wine jug, looking a little stunned. He muttered, You really don't mind? I'm not a neat freak. Why would I mind? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ha ha, Huoyi laughed. But suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, looked down at the purple-clothed youth kneeling at his feet, and said, Why is your voice getting softer and softer? Use more strength. He saw that the purple-clothed youth was not only bleeding, but his face was also pale. He looked at the large pool of blood on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't use strength, but that he had lost too much blood and became weak. Even his mind was a little dazed. If this continued, he would die. Father, why haven't you come yet? He wailed helplessly in his heart. Because he knew that only his father could save him now, but he still hadn't seen his father's figure. The giant black panther lay on the ground, not daring to move. With a half-step immortal cultivation, it knew Huoyi's strength better than the purple-clothed youth. This was an existence that must not be provoked. My two little friends, he's already like this. Why don't we just forget about it? That's right. Although your strength is very strong, offending the city lord is really not a wise move. Two old men walked forward and looked at Qin Feiyang and advised. Old man, don't worry about this matter. We have our own plans. Huoyi laughed. I'm afraid that you'll anger the city lord and bring a fatal disaster to you. Hurry up and stop. It's not too late to escape now. The two old men could be said to be well-intentioned. It could be seen that they were good people. Thank you, two old men. But there's a good saying. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. Like this kind of playboy who bullies others and pretends to be powerful, he should be punished. Old man, hurry up and stay away from us. Otherwise, when the people from the city lord's mansion arrive and see you with us, they will mistake you for our accomplices. Huoyi said. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. You insisted on reaping the consequences of your own actions. I've never seen such stupid young people like you. Fine, count us two old men as meddling in other people's business. The two old men looked at Qin Feiyang and Huoyi with dissatisfaction and were about to turn and leave. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the ground. Following closely, a middle-aged man in a purple robe suddenly appeared in the sky. Greetings to the city lord. Everyone present, including the two old men, immediately bowed and saluted. Father, The young man in purple was also extremely excited. The stars and the moon that he had been waiting for had finally come. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi and laughed. Your end is here. Blood continued to flow from his forehead. His face was dyed red and looked particularly ferocious. Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi ignored him and raised their heads to look at the middle-aged man. This person had a strong body, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. How's your cultivation? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. Not bad. Half-step ninth heaven realm. Hu Yi replied. Half-step ninth heaven realm? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The difference between this and the half-step undying realm was not small at all. Of course. This was only limited to Hu Yi. To Qin Feiyang, an existence at the level of a half-step into the ninth heaven's realm was like a god that was too high to reach. The young man in purple shouted, Father, they humiliated me in front of everyone. Kill them. Seeing the young man in purple in such a sorry state, the city lord's face suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi and said in a deep voice, Why did you humiliate my son like this? I tried to reason with him, but he didn't listen and insisted that I kneel down and kowtow to him. Tell me, if it were you, would you tolerate it? Let's talk about it later. I'm not humiliating him. I'm helping you discipline him. This child is naughty and mischievous. If you don't discipline him strictly, he'll cause you big trouble sooner or later. Hu Yi said. The city lord raised his eyebrows and said, So, I have to thank you. Of course. I'm doing this for his own good, and for your own good. I believe you don't want to see your son die one day. Hu Yi said. Okay. Then follow me to the city lord's mansion. I'll definitely set up a banquet to thank you. The city lord smiled, but his words were filled with a shocking killing intent. Hu Yi laughed and said, I'm afraid it's a banquet. You even dare to humiliate my son in front of everyone. Don't tell me you don't have the guts to attend this banquet. The city lord's eyes were full of contempt. Haha, looks like I have to go. Okay, lead the way. Hu Yi stood up and laughed. Who do you think you are? You want me to lead the way? Take him down. The city lord's gaze turned cold. Along with a loud shout, a group of guards immediately rushed out of the city gate in a grandiose manner, surrounding Qin Feiyang, the young man, and the two old men. City lord, this has nothing to do with us. We're here to persuade them to let go of the young city lord. The two old men's faces changed as they hurriedly looked at the city lord. Is that so? The city lord looked at the purple-clothed youth. No. They're the accomplices of these two. The purple-clothed youth grinned. Young city lord, how can you talk nonsense? There are so many people present. They all saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears. The two looked at the purple-clothed youth angrily. The corner of the purple-clothed youth's mouth lifted. He glanced at the crowd and shouted, Who saw it? Who heard it? Stand out and let me see. Everyone retreated in horror. No one dared to say a word. The two old men looked at the crowd around them. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. Did you see it? No one came out to testify. That means you're their accomplices. The purple-clothed youth sneered. The city lord waved his hand and said, Since you're their accomplices, take them down together. Yes. The group of guards respectfully responded and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the other three. Sigh. Hu Yi shook his head and sighed. He slowly got up and looked at the purple-clothed youth, saying, I thought that even a dandy person would have a little conscience. But I was wrong. You're no longer a human. Because if you're still a human, you wouldn't want to murder those who helped you. Wrong. I didn't want to harm them. It's you who killed them. The purple-clothed youth sneered again and again. Sigh. Hu Yi sighed deeply and said, A person like you really can't be left alive. Otherwise, who knows how many more innocent people will die in your hands in the future. Boom. His voice fell. He took a step forward and instantly broke through the encirclement of the guards and landed behind the purple-clothed youth. This speed, the city lord's face changed. Even he couldn't catch it. The pupils of the group of guards suddenly shrank, but they immediately rushed towards Hu Yi in an aggressive manner. Hue Yi glanced at the guards and whispered into the purple-clothed youth's ear, "In your next life, remember to be a good person." The purple-clothed youth's face turned pale. The city lord came back to his senses and quickly shouted at the guards, "All of you, stop." At that moment, the group of guards slammed on the brakes and stopped. The city lord took a step forward and landed on the ground. He looked at Hue Yi and cupped his hands, saying, "Brother, it's my fault for not disciplining him well. I hope that brother can be magnanimous and let my son live." "Father," the purple-clothed youth looked at the city lord with a dumbfounded expression. As the city lord's son, he naturally knew the city lord's character best. He had always been strong to others. But at this moment, he actually lowered his attitude and begged this person. Chapter 22:57. Could it be that this person was stronger than his father? Thinking of this, the purple-clothed youth couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If he was stronger than his father, then it was hard to say whether he could survive today. For a moment, fear flooded his entire mind. Hue Yi was stunned, looked at the city lord and smiled. "Please give me a reason. He is my only son. Brother, please, be magnanimous and don't bother with a child. Just consider it as me owing you a favor," the city lord said. Hue Yi raised his arm and grabbed the purple-clothed youth's shoulder. With a slight force, the shoulder shattered. The purple-clothed youth's face was distorted as he howled miserably. "Brother," the city lord hurriedly called out. "Your reason is not good enough. First, he is no longer a child. Second, you are still so young. You can have a few more." Hue Yi laughed. The city lord was extremely anxious. "I can understand your feelings, but please understand me too. A character of my level was actually insulted by a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Tell me, where will I put my old face in the future? Brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but he is courting death. As for you, just pretend that you don't have this son. With your status, you can marry 3 wives and 4 concubines. When the time comes, you can have as many sons as you want. Why do you care about this one?" Hue Yi laughed and grabbed the purple-clothed youth's other shoulder. With a crack, it shattered and blood flowed. The purple-clothed youth was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The city lord's face was gloomy as he said, "Brother, you can't be too ruthless. Isn't there one more sentence? Only when you are ruthless enough can you get rid of all future troubles." Hue Yi sneered. A wisp of divine power swept out from his fingertips and instantly entered the purple-clothed youth's chi. Father, save me." The purple-clothed youth howled in despair. The city lord looked at the purple-clothed youth and then looked at Hue Yi. His hands hidden in his sleeves were already dripping blood. Swish. Suddenly, the city lord retreated and instantly landed in front of the 2 old men. Then, his hands shot out and grabbed the 2 men's necks. "City lord, we are really not their accomplices." The 2 of them were burning with anxiety. Looking at Qin Feiyang again, he kept sitting on the recliner, as if even if the sky fell, it had nothing to do with him. However, just as the city lord caught the 2 old men, his brows gradually furrowed. The city lord also noticed Qin Feiyang, and a trace of hostility crept up between his brows. He was actually sitting there leisurely and watching the show. "Capture him too," the city lord roared. Clang. The 2 bodyguards immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang. They raised their spears and placed them on both sides of Qin Feiyang's neck. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sharp blade and raised his head to look at the city lord, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. His expression was still so calm. No one knew what he was thinking. The city lord sneered, looked at Hue Yi, and said, "I've tried my best, but you won't listen. Do you want to force me to make a move?" Hue Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang and the 2 old men who had fallen into despair. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the purple-clothed youth's head and slammed it on the ground. "Catcher!" The purple-clothed youth immediately knelt on the ground, and both of his knees were shattered on the spot. That sharp pain almost made the purple-clothed youth faint. "You're courting death. Let him go immediately, or I'll chop these 2 old things into 8 pieces. The city lord roared at Hue Yi with red eyes. "Chop them into 8 pieces. Hue Yi muttered to himself and suddenly grinned. "Okay, as you wish." A wisp of divine power emerged, and the purple-clothed youth's 2 arms and 2 legs were instantly cut off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. "Father, save me. Otherwise, I'll really die." The purple-clothed youth who had lost his hands and feet lay helplessly in a pool of blood and wailed. His heart was already terrified to the point of collapse. The city lord was also gritting his teeth. "What's wrong? Didn't you say to chop them into 8 pieces? Why are you still not satisfied?" Huoyi looked at him suspiciously. "You piece of shit, do you really think I don't dare to kill them? Go to hell for me." The city lord was mad with hatred as he roared hysterically and immediately prepared to kill the 2 old men. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure emerged and pounced on the city lord and the group of guards. The group of guards was immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move at all. The city lord was the same. Even the blood in his body stopped flowing at this moment. The city lord's heart suddenly set off stormy waves. Even he could be imprisoned, just how strong was this person's cultivation? Initial stage of the 9th heaven realm? No. He had also encountered a powerhouse at the initial stage of the 9th heaven realm. It was impossible for the pressure to even imprison his blood. If it wasn't the initial stage, then was it the initial stage? Or was it the major stage? Thinking of this, he no longer dared to think about it. His heart was filled with fear. The surrounding crowd was also overwhelmed with shock. Now, this pressure was many times stronger than the pressure that had imprisoned the young city lord before. It turned out that this was this person's true strength. Huoyi walked in front of the city lord step by step. A wisp of divine power swept out, directly cutting off the city lord's hands. The 2 old men finally escaped the clutches of the devil, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Huoyi said indifferently, "Quickly go. Many thanks, my lord." The 2 hurriedly stood up, bowed to thank him, and entered the crowd without looking back, disappearing. Huoyi retracted his gaze, looked at the city lord, and said with a smile, "Do you know now? It's not that I don't think you dare to kill them, but because in front of me, you have no chance at all." The city lord was flustered. Huoyi's pressure relaxed slightly. The city lord immediately roared, "Who the hell are you? With such strong strength, it's impossible to be a nameless person. I like to hear this. All listen well. This young master will never change his name nor his surname, Huoyi. As for this," Huoyi pointed to Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "He is even more amazing. He is the descendant of Qin Batian, the target of the dragons, Qin Feiyang." "What? Qin Batian? Dragons?" The city lord looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. "Huoyi? Qin Feiyang? Qin Batian? Why haven't I heard of these 3 names?" The surrounding crowd revealed a puzzled look. Looking at the crowd's reaction, and then looking at the city lord's reaction, Qin Feiyang frowned, pushed away the long spears on both sides of his neck, got up and walked to the city lord, and said, "You know about Qin Batian and the dragons? I've heard of them. But because Qin Batian is from the northern region, I don't know much about his deeds. I've only heard that he is a very terrifying person. As for the dragons, I've only heard a little about them." The city lord said. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Even the powerful city lord didn't know much about them, so it was normal for others not to know. "The 2 of you, it's all my fault, please be magnanimous," the city lord hurriedly said. Not to mention this unfathomable Huoyi, the descendant of Qin Batian, he couldn't afford to offend him. "Such a big conflict, and you've wasted so much of my time, and you want to settle it with just a few words of magnanimity," Huoyi said in astonishment. The city lord said with a flattering smile, "Just say the word, whether it's soul stones or divine crystals, as long as I can take it out, I will give it to you." Huoyi was slightly taken aback, and said with a chuckle, "That's more like it. What about your son?" The city lord glanced at the purple-clothed youth and said indifferently, "He brought this upon himself. You can do whatever you want with him." "Father," the purple-clothed youth roared. The city lord said expressionlessly, "Don't call me father, I don't have a son like you." When the purple-clothed youth heard this, his eyes suddenly fell into darkness. His father, who had always loved him, actually didn't care about his life or death. Was this a dream? If it was a dream, Then wake up quickly. He had had enough of this torture. Huoyi sighed and said, "There's a good saying, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Your son is about to die, how can you, as his father, not save him? Then what do you want me to do? Die with him?" The city lord roared. But he was roaring in his heart. On the surface, he still had an indifferent expression, and coldly snorted, "An evil creature like him deserves to die. I can't wait to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and clean up the family. All right, I'll give you this chance." Huoyi retreated to the side. "What?" The city lord's expression stiffened, and he looked at Huoyi, seriously wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. "Aren't you going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and clean up the family? Go quickly. I believe that if you really place righteousness before family, the people of Qianluo City will definitely respect you even more," Huoyi said. And he even withdrew his pressure. The city lord's face was blank. He was just pretending, and he actually wanted him to do so. Place righteousness before family? That was his own son. How could he do it? Huoyi frowned and said, "Are you playing with me?" "Playing with you?" The city lord looked at Huoyi suspiciously. Who was the one who said righteously that he wanted to clean up the family? Now I'm giving you a chance, but you don't do it. "Aren't you playing with me?" Huoyi said in a deep voice, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "No, no." The city lord hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'm serious." "Then go quickly, what are you being long-winded for?" Huoyi shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." The city lord nodded repeatedly and walked towards the purple-clothed youth step by step. His hands were clenched tightly, and his heart was bleeding. "Father, I'm your son." The purple-clothed youth looked at the city lord in a daze. The city lord's body shook, and he muttered, "I'm sorry, I have to do this, because if I don't do it, both of us will die." The purple-clothed youth closed his eyes in pain and whispered, "I'm the one who caused this trouble. I really deserve to die. Come. Child, I'm sorry." The city lord stopped beside the purple-clothed youth and muttered. Then, he suddenly raised his arm and slapped the purple-clothed youth's head. Accompanied by a scream, the purple-clothed youth died on the spot. Chapter 2258. Did he really kill him? How can he be so ruthless? But it's really satisfying. That playboy should have been killed long ago. People whispered to each other. Usually, the purple-clothed youth would bully people in Heaven Luo City and commit all kinds of crimes. But because of the city lord's mansion's power, no one dared to speak out. But there was a good saying, evil has its retribution, and good has its reward. Now, he finally received his retribution. "City lord is righteous, I admire you. I believe that in the future, under the leadership of the city lord, our Qianluo City will definitely step into an unprecedented glory. Isn't that right, everyone?" Huoyi laughed. The surrounding crowd nodded. The city lord's eyes flashed with a touch of hostility. He endured the grief in his heart and stood up. "What righteousness? This is what I should do." Look, the city lord's mind is different. He can still be so at ease after killing his own son. Huoyi laughed. Everyone was speechless. She had already forced him to this point. Could she not provoke him anymore? Did she have to drive him crazy? But it was very contradictory. On one hand, they sympathized with the city lord. On the other hand, they were very happy. The city lord was about to go crazy. But as an overlord, he cared more about his own life. At this time, he had to endure it. If he denied it, he would be killed. He tried his best to make himself smile and looked at Huoyi. "This unfilial son has already been executed. You see, you've already done this. If I still don't let it go, then I'm too heartless. All right, let's end this matter here." Huoyi laughed. "Thank you," the city lord said gratefully. "Actually, it's a small matter. Look at this. I feel a little apologetic." Huoyi sighed. The city lord quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, No, you don't have to blame yourself. It's all this unfilial son's fault." Huoyi said, "Although it's his fault, you're also responsible because you didn't teach him well." Yes. The city lord nodded. "So, from now on, You must teach your descendants well. Not to mention achieving great things, at least don't be a playboy that everyone hates. Huoyi patiently and sincerely said. The city lord smiled and said, brother's words make sense. I will definitely take this as a warning in the future. All right then. Bring him back and give him a proper burial. After all, he's your son. We can't just leave his corpse in the wilderness. Huoyi said. The city lord nodded and said, all right then, I'll take my leave first. If the two of you have time, you're welcome to visit the city lord's mansion. Of course. Huoyi nodded. The city lord heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, leave 4 people behind to continue guarding the city gate. The rest of you, take this unfilial son's corpse and follow me back. A group of guards immediately ran towards the purple-clothed youth's corpse. The city lord looked at Qin Feiyang and Huang Xiaolong, cupping his hands in greeting, then, I hope we'll meet again. Until we meet again. Huoyi smiled. Go. The city lord flicked his sleeves and led a group of guards into the city, disappearing without a trace. The giant Black Panther looked at Qin Feiyang and the other man in horror and hurriedly chased after the city lord. The 4 guards left behind to guard the city gate were also trembling with fear. How was it? Huoyi looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled complacently. SOSO. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. This is only SOSO. Huoyi looked at him with dissatisfaction. One must know that with such a ruckus, Qin Feiyang's name would quickly spread throughout Heaven Luo City. What other method could be more efficient than this? Qin Feiyang was speechless. It's useless to take credit from me. I won't give you any reward. Damn. Who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who takes credit and asks for rewards? But, since I've helped you so much, shouldn't you at least treat me to a few drinks? Huoyi said angrily. Okay. I'll treat you to the best restaurant in Heaven Luo City. Qin Feiyang quickly nodded. That's more like it. Huoyi glared at him fiercely and looked at the surrounding crowd, asking, where's the best restaurant in Heaven Luo City? The best restaurant is of course the Heavenly Immortal Tower. Not only do they have girls who specialize in drinking, but they also have a top-grade divine wine called Heavenly Immortal Drunk. Someone said. Heavenly Immortal Drunk. Huoyi was suspicious. Heavenly Immortal Drunk, even immortals can't help but want to taste the wine when they smell it. Heavenly Immortal Drunk, these 3 words have long been famous in Eastern Tomb, but this divine wine can't be drunk by ordinary people. Everyone's eyes were filled with yearning. It seemed that this Heavenly Immortal Drunk was indeed extraordinary. If that's the case, I really have to go and try it. Huoyi muttered and asked, where is the Heavenly Immortal Tower? It's in the center of Heaven Luo City, not far from the City Lord's mansion. Someone said. Thank you. Huoyi cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he put away the reclining chair and dragged Qin Feiyang into the city. The 4 guards guarding the city gate didn't dare to ask and directly let them go. Inside the city, it was bustling with noise. The streets were crowded with people. But almost everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity on Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. Look. It's them who forced the city lord to kill his own son. I think they're called Huoyi and Qin Feiyang. Amazing. Apart from Heavenly Cloud Mountain and Treasure Pavilion, only these 2 dared to openly provoke the City Lord's mansion. They're amazing, but don't forget who's behind the City Lord's mansion. This matter is definitely not over yet. That's true. The City Lord's mansion's backer is not someone ordinary people can afford to offend. Such discussions could be heard incessantly. The City Lord's mansion actually has a backer? Huoyi was quite astonished. Listening to these discussions, not only do they have a backer, I'm afraid their background is not small. Qin Feiyang whispered. Then it's fun. Huoyi laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. With Huoyi, a half-step immortal realm expert, there was no need to be afraid of people coming to find trouble. The City Lord's mansion, in a spacious and gorgeous main hall. The City Lord was sitting on the throne with a gloomy face, his hands tightly gripping the armrests on both sides. The main hall was filled with the smell of blood. In the middle of the main hall, there was a corpse, fresh blood flowing out. Next to the corpse, the giant black leopard became more than a meter long and stood with a group of guards, not daring to breathe loudly. The entire main hall was shrouded in a hazy atmosphere. Crack. Suddenly, the city lord's two hands suddenly exerted force, and the armrests on both sides suddenly shattered. The black leopard and the group of guards also trembled slightly. This matter must not be left at that. The city lord suddenly stood up and said word by word, full of murderous intent. "Lord, don't be impulsive," a guard hurriedly advised. "This city lord knows what to do." The city lord glanced at the guard and said, "You guys immediately go and find out the whereabouts of those two people. I want to know their whereabouts at any time and place." "Yes." The group of guards respectfully responded, then turned and quickly left. At this point, in the main hall, only the city lord and the giant black leopard were left. The giant black leopard was panicking. Because it knew the person in front of it too well, he would blame it for not protecting its master well. The city lord glanced at the giant black leopard and took out an image crystal. Buzz. A moment later, the image of a black-clothed woman appeared. She was about 30 years old, and her black hair was tied up high. Her expression revealed the arrogance and coldness of a superior, and her eyes were filled with a sharp light. On her clothes, there was a mountain-like symbol. "Madam." The city lord looked at the black-clothed woman, looking a little humble. "What's the matter?" the black-clothed woman asked. Even when facing her own man, she still looked at him coldly. The city lord lowered his head and said, "You is dead." "What?" The black-clothed woman suddenly stood up. Her face was filled with disbelief as she asked, "How did he die?" The city lord sighed and said, "Come back first." The black-clothed woman's eyes turned cold, and the image immediately dissipated. Not far from the city lord's mansion, there was an exceptionally bustling street. Not only because the Heaven Immortal Tower was here, but the Eastern Tomb Treasure Pavilion's headquarters was also on this street. The Heaven Immortal Tower, it was more than 10 floors high, and the entrance was imposing. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. Those who could come here to drink and eat were basically the officials and nobles of the Eastern Tomb. Because only people of this level could afford to spend here. The decorations inside the Heaven Immortal Tower were also magnificent. Young and old men were either sitting in the main hall of the restaurant or sitting in the private rooms upstairs. Basically, everyone was holding a charming young woman in their arms. These were the women who accompanied the guests. This was also one of the main characteristics of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the street outside. The two waiters who were standing at the entrance of the Heaven Immortal Tower suspiciously looked up and saw two young men with outstanding temperaments walking over side by side. Behind them was a large group of people. There was a lot of discussion, and it was extremely noisy. "So it's them," the two waiters muttered. As the largest and most high-end restaurant in the Heaven Immortal Tower, no matter what happened inside or outside the city, the Heaven Immortal Tower would receive the news immediately. "Welcome, young Master Qin, young Master Hua." When the two young men stopped at the entrance of the Heaven Immortal Tower, the two waiters immediately went up to welcome them. That's right. The two of them were really Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi. As for the people behind them, they were purely here to join in the fun. Hua Yi nodded. With his hands behind his back, he swaggered into the Heaven Immortal Tower. Qin Feiyang silently followed beside him. He looked like Hua Yi's little follower, extremely low-key. "Look. It's them." As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Obviously, what happened outside the city had already spread throughout the Heaven Immortal Tower. "Young masters, why don't we arrange a private room for you? It's quieter and no one will disturb you," the two waiters said. Hua Yi was slightly stunned and smiled. "You guys are quite considerate of your guest." The two waiters smiled flatteringly. "Considerate of our guests is the first principle of our Heaven Immortal Tower. Not bad, not bad. I like this place. But I'm not afraid of trouble. It's in this hall. Arrange a place for us." Hua Yi chuckled. Chapter 2259. When the two waiters heard this, they couldn't help but be astonished. Instead of going to a quiet private room, They wanted to stay outside and be stared at like monkeys. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? Seems like we were being nosy. One of the waiters came back to his senses and transmitted his voice. I think they just like to show off. I don't think they are good people. The other waiter secretly said. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak, Huiyi frowned and said, "Is there a problem?" "No, no." The two of them quickly waved their hands. One of the waiters said, "You stay here to entertain the two young masters. I will go to the door to welcome the guests." "Okay." The other waiter nodded and scanned the hall. In the left corner, he saw an empty table. The waiter pointed to the corner and asked with a smile, "Young masters, is that okay?" "As long as it's in the hall," Huiyi said. "Okay." The waiter nodded and led the two of them over. Huiyi was still swaggering through the streets, completely swaggering through the streets. The waiter couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. However, it was hidden very well and no one noticed. Is there something wrong with this person? He just offended the city lord and dares to come to the Heaven Immortal Tower so brazenly. Doesn't he know that the Heaven Immortal Tower is only half a mile away from the City Lord Manor? Seems like he really doesn't know anything about our Heaven Luo city. Just wait and see. The City Lord will definitely not let them off easily. Everyone whispered to each other and discussed in low voices. The waiter brought Qin Feiyang and Huiyi to the table. After Qin Feiyang and Huiyi sat down, he smiled and said, "Young masters, what would you like to eat?" "Just a few dishes to go with the wine. But the wine can't be served casually. I want 2 pots of heavenly immortal wine," Huiyi said. "Heavenly immortal wine?" The waiter was stunned. The surrounding people also looked at Huiyi in astonishment. "What's wrong?" Huiyi was suspicious. The waiter said apologetically, "Young master, we usually don't sell this heavenly immortal wine. Even if we do sell it, it's at most 1 pot. "Not selling?" Huiyi's brows raised and he said angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? When a restaurant opens its doors to do business, how can it not sell wine?" The waiter said, "We sell other wines, but heavenly immortal wine. I don't care. The reason I came to your Heaven Immortal Tower is precisely to taste this so-called supreme divine wine, heavenly immortal drunken wine," Huiyi said. The shop assistant hurriedly said, "Young master, please don't make things difficult for me." Huiyi lightly said, "I won't make things difficult for you. Have someone come out and talk to me." The shop assistant looked troubled. "Pa." Huiyi slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Didn't you hear? Do you need me to repeat myself?" "Yes, yes, yes. I'll get the steward right away." The shop assistant's eyes trembled. He hurriedly responded and ran to the back hall. "Hey, hey, hey. Brother, don't go overboard. The immortal intoxication is not for ordinary people to drink." A gorgeously dressed young man hugging a woman turned his head and looked at Huiyi with displeasure. Huiyi glanced at the young man. His face reeked of alcohol, and his hands that were holding onto the woman were not honest. It was clear that he was also a hedonistic young master. Although you are strong, you still have to abide by the rules. This is the Heaven Immortal Tower. Don't shout and ruin our mood," the young man said. The others also expressed their dissatisfaction. "Shout and shout." Huiyi was slightly taken aback. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "It seems that you guys have a lot of opinions about this young master, someone who isn't even afraid of the city lord. How would we dare to have any opinions?" The young man chuckled. He seemed to have nothing to fear. Huiyi sized up the young man. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a mountain-like mark on the young man's clothes. The young man also noticed Huiyi's gaze. He lowered his head and looked at the mark. He smiled proudly and then ignored Huiyi. He hugged the woman and continued drinking. Tap, tap, accompanied by hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man and the shop assistant walked out from the back hall. They went straight for Qin Feiyang and the woman. The shop assistant whispered, "Steward, it's them." The steward looked at Qin Feiyang and the woman. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave first. I'll handle this." "Yes." The shop assistant responded, and then turned around and left quickly. The steward looked at Qin Feiyang and the woman. He smiled and said, "Brothers, I'm really sorry. The shop assistant below is not very sensible. If he has offended you, I hope you can forgive him." Huoyi said, "I didn't offend you. I just want to try your heavenly immortal wine. Young master, please don't be impatient. Listen to my explanation. This heavenly immortal wine is usually auctioned at the beginning of the month. There's only one pot in each auction. The highest bidder wins. If young master really wants to try it, you might as well wait until the beginning of the next month to participate in the auction." The steward smiled. "The beginning of the next month? Aren't you torturing me? That's my hobby," Huoyi said. The steward smiled apologetically. "I understand, but there's no other way. After all, it's a rule that has been in place for many years." "Is there no other way?" Huoyi frowned. "There really isn't." The steward shook his head. "I say, aren't you annoying? If I say there isn't, then there isn't. What are you being long-winded for?" The young man who spoke before suddenly turned his head and glared at Huoyi. Huoyi turned to look at the young man and frowned. "What do you mean by interrupting again and again?" The young man said, "You ruined my mood to drink. I'm unhappy with you, okay? So that's how it is." Huoyi chuckled and slowly stood up. "Young master, please calm down." Seeing this, the steward's expression changed. He hurriedly grabbed Huoyi's arm and whispered, "Young master, he's a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Don't be rash." "Heavenly Cloud Mountain?" Huoyi was stunned. The steward said, "Heavenly Cloud Mountain is the largest cultivation holy land in our eastern tomb. There are as many experts as there are clouds. Even if it's just a disciple, we can't afford to offend them." Huoyi glanced at the young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and sent a sound transmission. "In that case, this Heavenly Cloud Mountain is similar to our northern region's Nine Heavens Palace?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "That mountain-like symbol should be the symbol of Heavenly Cloud Mountain." Wait. Heavenly Cloud Mountain was the cultivation holy land of Eastern Tomb. Then if the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang were in Eastern Tomb, would they be in Heavenly Cloud Mountain? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Don't think that just because you bullied the city lord, you have the qualifications to be arrogant in Tianluo City. The young man coldly snorted, his face full of ridicule. The other guests also burst into laughter. Huoyi frowned and looked at the young man. "Young master, don't be rash," the steward hurriedly advised. Huoyi reached out and pushed the steward of the restaurant away. He walked step by step in front of the young man. "You're still trying to take advantage of me?" The young man frowned and gently pushed away the woman in his arms. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively, saying, "What do you want?" "I'm really sorry for ruining your mood." Huoyi laughed. The young man was stunned. So he was here to apologize. He thought he was going to make a move. But just as the young man was about to be proud, Huoyi grinned and said, "However, you've also ruined my mood." After saying that, he grabbed the young man's head and slammed it on the table with a bang. The wine and dishes on the table suddenly spilled all over the ground. This sudden scene made the restaurant steward, the other guests, and the hostess dumbfounded on the spot. They originally thought that Huoyi was going to apologize. After all, Heavenly Cloud Mountain was the #1 force in Eastern Tomb. No one dared to provoke them. But they never thought that this person was completely playing with this disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. "Is Heavenly Cloud Mountain that great? You think that because you're a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, I won't dare to touch you? And ruin your mood? Who do you think you are?" Huoyi pressed the young man's head and sneered. "Bastard, let go of me." The young man roared and struggled frantically, but it was no use. "Okay, I'll let go." Huoyi nodded, released his hand, and returned to his seat. The young man immediately stood up and stared at Huoyi with murderous intent. Huoyi said indifferently, "Same old rules, kneel down and kowtow to me." What? He actually wants a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain to kowtow to him again? Everyone's eyes were dull. Was this person not afraid of death? He dared to offend a behemoth like Heavenly Cloud Mountain? "Young master, can you stop messing around? I'll personally give you a pot of heavenly immortal wine." The steward anxiously looked at Huiyi and said. Huiyi's eyes lit up. He looked at the steward and asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes." The steward nodded and turned to look at a waiter standing behind the counter. He said, "Go to the wine cellar immediately and bring a pot of heavenly immortal wine to this young master." "Okay." The waiter immediately ran to the wine cellar. Before the wine was delivered, Huiyi couldn't help but gulp. He turned to look at the young man and said, "For the sake of the heavenly immortal wine, I won't bother with you. Get lost. Just you wait. I'll let you know the price of offending my heavenly cloud mountain, and you." The young man gloomily said. He glared at Qin Feiyang and turned to leave. Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man's back, his eyes flickering. Just as the young man was about to leave the restaurant, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Huiyi and said, "Cripple him." Chapter 2260. What? Cripple him? The restaurant's manager and the guests in the hall trembled. Since entering the restaurant, this person hadn't said a word. Everyone thought that he was a low-key person. But they didn't expect that his first sentence would be to cripple the other party. If his words weren't shocking, he wouldn't stop until he died. When the young man heard Qin Feiyang's words, his body shook violently. Immediately after, with a swoosh, he ran outside without looking back. "Are you sure?" Huiyi was also a little stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "If you say any more nonsense, he will run away." "Don't worry. He can't run away." Huiyi chuckled, got up and took a step out, instantly disappearing from the restaurant. Immediately after. Then, a scream of pain came from outside. Then, Huiyi dragged the young man into the restaurant. On the young man's lower abdomen, there was a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. Everyone's pupils shrank, full of fear. They didn't even put Heavenly Cloud Mountain in their eyes. They were really two lawless people. Done. Huiyi walked to the table, grinned at Qin Feiyang, and then let go. The young man was like a dead dog, lying on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. "Two young masters, you." The manager looked at the young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Huiyi, looking rather flustered. "Don't be afraid. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I won't implicate your heaven immortal tower." Huiyi returned to his seat and said indifferently, "Thank you." The manager hurriedly thanked him. He was afraid that Heavenly Cloud Mountain would come to settle the score with the Heaven Immortal Tower. "Manager, the wine is here," at this time. The waiter who went to get the wine ran over with a wine jug. Looking at the young man lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. The wine jug in his hand was so frightened that he didn't hold it properly and dropped it. Huiyi glared, his eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He rushed over and grabbed the wine jug. The manager came back to his senses and immediately looked at Huiyi, angrily saying, "What are you doing? What if it falls to the ground?" Sorry. The waiter quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Scram!" the manager shouted. Yes. The shop assistant got up and ran to the counter, but his heart was in turmoil. He actually crippled a disciple of Heaven Cloud Mountain in public? Such behavior was a provocation to Heaven Cloud Mountain. How could these two be so bold? The steward hurriedly looked at Huiyi and said with a flattering smile, "Young master, I'm sorry, these people are just clumsy. I'm fine." Huiyi waved his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the jug of wine. Then, he turned around and walked back to the table, returning to his seat. The manager smiled. "This is the divine wine of our Heaven Immortal Tower, the Heavenly Immortal Wine." Huiyi looked at him and opened the lid of the wine jug. A rich wine aroma surged out like a tidal wave and instantly engulfed the entire hall. Immortal intoxication, that's right, that's the smell. Everyone in the hall shook as they all turned to look at the jug of wine in Huiyi's hand, their eyes shining with a fiery light. Why is there the aroma of immortal intoxication? Today isn't the beginning of the month, is it? The people in the private rooms upstairs also smelled the wine and ran out. They crowded the corridor and scanned the hall below. When they saw the jug of wine in Huiyi's hand, their eyes lit up. "Manager, what do you mean? Isn't the beginning of the month not yet?" Why did you take out the immortal intoxication? It's unfair for you to do this. Everyone looked at the manager of the restaurant with dissatisfaction. The manager's face was filled with helplessness. He cupped his hands and said, "This matter is a bit special. I hope everyone can forgive me." Special? The people upstairs looked at Huiyi again. Wasn't he the ferocious person who forced the city lord to kill his son outside the city? So it was him. No wonder. Wait. Why was there another person lying on the ground? He was a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. A disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain actually had his chi destroyed. Everyone was shocked. The next moment, everyone looked at Huiyi again. Could it be that this ferocious person did it again? But at this moment, Huiyi wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. Because he was completely intoxicated. In the past, he could be considered to have tasted many peerless wines, but compared to this jug of immortal intoxication, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Just the aroma of the wine was enough to make him drown. "Young master, how is it?" The manager looked at Huiyi and asked with a smile. "Give me a wine cup." Huiyi stretched out his hand. The manager hurriedly grabbed the wine cup on the table and handed it to Huiyi. Huiyi slowly poured a cup. This immortal intoxication was different from other wines. It was milky white like milk and shone with a hazy crystal light. After pouring it out, the aroma of the wine became even stronger. The people upstairs and downstairs couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Brother, I'll give you 1 billion divine crystals. Can you give it to me? I'll give you 2 billion. I'll give you 3 billion. I'll give you 5 billion, just one cup. Brother, what do you think?" The originally solemn atmosphere of the restaurant instantly became lively. Qin Feiyang looked at those people with a dumbfounded expression. 5 billion divine crystals, just one cup. Was it that exaggerated? Looking at Huiyi again, he stared at the wine cup intently, turning a deaf ear to the surrounding voices as if he was possessed. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly. It seemed that he would never understand wine. In his opinion, this immortal intoxication was no different from ordinary wine, except for the color. Ignoring Huiyi, he lowered his head and looked at the young man. "You'll regret it." The young man stared at Qin Feiyang with hostility. "This kind of threat is useless against me," Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, then formed a seal with both hands. "What do you want to do?" The young man got up and retreated in horror. Boom! A strange aura emerged. A blood-red mark appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Puppet technique. The young man's cultivation wasn't very strong. He had just become a divine lord, so it was easy to control him. As for why Qin Feiyang wanted to control him, it was naturally to read his memories. This person was a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. If the demon ancestor or Dongjingyang were really at Heavenly Cloud Mountain, then there might be information about them in this person's memories. Why say it might be and not say it was certain? This was because when the demon ancestor and Dongjingyang entered the ancient world, their cultivation was still relatively weak, so they might not be very famous. Of course. This was just a guess. Perhaps the two of them had a fortuitous encounter after entering the ancient world, and their strength was no longer the same as before. Moreover, the demon ancestor had a heaven-defying divine artifact. Unless he kept a low profile, he could more or less make a name for himself. As for Dongjingyang, although he didn't know much about him, he had the Eye of Destiny and definitely didn't lack powerful divine artifacts. "What is that? What do you want to do to me?" The young man stared at the puppet mark, his eyes full of panic and bewilderment. "Don't be afraid. This won't kill you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the puppet mark entered the young man's head like lightning. "Ah!" The young man immediately hugged his head and howled in pain. "Young master, what are you doing?" The restaurant manager looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. "It's nothing." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. After controlling the young man, he immediately read his memories. The manager stood at the side and could only wait anxiously. At this moment, Huiyi finally grabbed the wine cup. Under countless eager gazes, he put it to his mouth and gently took a sip. In an instant, All the pores on his body opened up. Wisps of wine fragrance flowed through his limbs and bones and into his entire body. He immediately felt like he was floating. This wine was mellow beyond his imagination. It didn't have any stimulating taste, and it was as smooth as milk. I've tasted countless wines in my life, but this is the first time I've seen such wine. Supreme grade, it's indeed of the highest grade, he muttered to himself with an intoxicated expression. Then, he raised his head and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Comfortable. Huoyi put down the wine cup and laughed loudly. He directly hugged the wine pot and drank wildly. What a waste! What a waste! The other customers swallowed their saliva and roared in their hearts. How could such a peerless divine wine be swallowed like a whale? It was too violent. It was too wasteful. But at the same time, they were extremely envious. They had never tried such a way of swallowing wine like a whale. It was very difficult to bid for the heavenly immortal wine. Even if they were lucky and got it, they would keep it like a treasure and taste it every day. Or give it away to please others. The way this person was drinking was simply an extravagant enjoyment. After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally finished reading the young man's memory. His eyes also revealed a trace of light. In the young man's memory, there was really news about the demon ancestor and the demon dragon. The demon ancestor was now in Heavenly Cloud Mountain, and he had a little fame in Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Heavenly Cloud Mountain was the same as Nine Heavens Palace. There was an outer and inner sect, as well as the Heavenlist and Earthlist. 4 years ago, the demon ancestor was the first person on the Earthlist. 2 years ago, he left the Earthlist and became a core disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. A core disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain was equivalent to a Saint Peak disciple of Nine Heavens Palace. But in the following 2 years, he rarely appeared, so the young man didn't know much about his situation. However, in the young man's memory, there was only news about the demon ancestor and the demon dragon. There was no news about Dong Xingyang at all. Could it be that Dong Xingyang was in the western desert or the southern wasteland? This was the result that Qin Feiyang didn't want to see the most. Because in this way, he had to make a trip to the western desert and the southern wasteland. Let's meet the demon ancestor first. Maybe he knows the whereabouts of Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Chapter 2261. With a bang, Huoyi smashed the wine jug on the table. His face flushed red as he laughed. It's really satisfying. Obviously. He had already finished the jug of wine. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him and asked suspiciously, "Is it really that satisfying?" "Damn it." Huoyi slapped his head. "What's wrong?" Before Qin Feiyang could open his mouth, the manager of the restaurant had already become nervous. Huoyi looked at Qin Feiyang and said with an embarrassed smile, "Brother, I'm sorry, this wine is too satisfying, I forgot to leave some for you." The restaurant manager wiped his cold sweat. He thought it was something serious, but he was so shocked that he was scared to death. Qin Feiyang was also speechless. Huoyi rolled his eyes and turned to look at the manager, chuckling, "Brother, look, my brother hasn't tasted it yet, give me another jug." The manager's face immediately flushed red. "Don't be like this. I'll give you divine crystals. No, I'll give you soul stones, 100 million soul stones." Huoyi took out his universe ring and smashed it on the table. "What? 100 million soul stones?" Everyone was dumbfounded. The value of soul stones and divine crystals couldn't be compared. Although divine crystals were also indispensable, soul stones were more attractive in comparison. "Young master, I really can't. As you can see, I gave you a jug just now and it already caused everyone's dissatisfaction." The manager wasn't moved by the 100 million soul stones. 200 million. Huoyi stretched out 2 fingers. The manager smiled bitterly. "Young master, don't make things difficult for me, okay? 300 million. Huoyi said again. The manager said, "Young master, giving you a jug is already my limit. Even if you give me 1 billion soul stones now, it won't work." "Then 3 billion. Huoyi said 3 billion. The manager was dumbfounded. This was too extravagant. "Brother, you're exaggerating a bit. I don't believe you really have 3 billion soul stones. If you have the ability, take it out first." I still have a jug of heavenly immortal wine at home. It was auctioned last year, but I haven't been willing to drink it. If you really have 3 billion soul stones, I'll sell it to you. A middle-aged fatso who was dressed gorgeously and had a big belly looked at Huoyi and said, I also have a bottle in my collection. I don't need 3 billion. I'll give you 2.5 billion soul stones. You guys are going overboard, trying to snatch business from the Heaven Immortal Tower? Brother, I'm a generous person. As long as you give me 2 billion soul stones, I'll give you that pot of celestial immortal wine that I've kept for 3 years. You call this kind? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. For a moment, the restaurant was bustling with noise. Huoyi stared at those people in shock. Who would have thought that there would be so many people who treasured the immortal wine? When he looked at the manager of the restaurant, his expression was extremely ugly. To snatch business from the Heaven Immortal Tower in the territory of the Heaven Immortal Tower, if it was anyone else, they would definitely feel unhappy in their heart. Brother, it's even cheaper here. It's only 1.5 billion soul stones. Take it as making a friend. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately go back and bring that pot of immortal wine to you. Everyone was still fighting over it. The manager's expression turned darker and darker. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the waiter behind the counter. He shouted, Go to the wine cellar and bring me another pot of immortal wine. Huh! The waiter was stunned. The people upstairs and downstairs also looked at the manager in astonishment. What are you guys in a daze for? Go quickly. The manager shouted. Yes, yes, yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly. He put down what he was doing and ran to the wine cellar. The manager swept a provocative glance at the crowd. It was as if he was saying, You guys want to snatch business from me? Do you guys have the capital to do so? Isn't it just a pot of immortal wine? My Heaven Immortal Tower can afford it. Everyone also felt that the manager was purposely targeting them. They all shut their mouths in resentment. The manager turned his head and looked at Huoyi. He smiled and said, Young master, since you like immortal wine so much, I might as well be a good person to the end and give you another pot. You are really giving it to me? Huoyi looked at the manager in a daze. The manager smiled and said, These 2 pots are all for you. I won't accept anything, including the dishes on this table. Haha, Huoyi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't do anything and just picked up 2 pots of peerless divine wine. It was all thanks to those people who blindly kicked up a fuss. Very soon, that waiter ran back with a wine pot. Huoyi happily took the wine jug and directly put it away. Huh! The manager was stunned and asked suspiciously, Young master, didn't you say that you want to let this young master Qin try it? He doesn't drink. Huoyi waved his hand. Doesn't drink? The manager's expression stiffened. He turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. You have been fooled. I just want to use my name to get 1 more pot of immortal wine. Ah! The manager was stunned. The people upstairs and downstairs were also stunned. This was a deep trap. Huoyi stretched his waist and said with a smile, It feels so good to eat and drink for free. The manager lowered his head and smiled bitterly. It turned out that everyone, including him, had been fooled by this person. But since he had already given it out, it was impossible to take it back. The manager looked at the 2 of them and said, Then you guys take your time. I'll go back to work. Go on, go on. Huoyi waved his hand. The manager shook his head helplessly and smiled. When he turned around and saw the young man, his eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Huoyi and said, Young master, I gave you 2 pots of immortal wine. Can you give me face and let him go? Of course. Huoyi nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Do you need to ask him anything? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huoyi looked at the young man and said, Then scram. When the young man heard this, he immediately ran outside as if he was running for his life. Qin Feiyang originally planned to help him remove the puppet technique, but when he saw that the person was gone. But in the next moment, the young man actually ran back. The manager was taken aback. He hurriedly walked over and whispered, Why are you back? Hurry up and leave. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi also looked at the young man suspiciously. Unexpectedly, when the young man heard the manager's words, he only smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. What's going on? He suddenly became bold. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other, both somewhat confused. It was also at this moment. There was a commotion outside the restaurant. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were stunned and looked at the door. The others in the restaurant also looked at the door suspiciously. After a few breaths, a man and a woman, surrounded by a group of guards, entered the restaurant. The manager of the restaurant was also very puzzled at first, but when he saw the man and woman, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly bowed to salute. Not only the manager of the restaurant, when the others saw the man and woman, their faces changed on the spot, their eyes filled with fear. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi frowned. The man and woman both looked middle-aged. As for the man, they knew him. He was the city lord of Heaven Luo City. At this moment, the city lord stood at the entrance of the restaurant, his gaze sweeping across the hall. As for the city lord's woman, she was about 30 years old, wearing a long black dress, and her gaze was also bone-chilling. Brother Qin, look at her clothes, there is also a mountain-like symbol. Hue Yi whispered. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman's clothes, and indeed saw a mountain-like symbol on her clothes. He muttered, it seems that she is also from Heavenly Cloud Mountain. I'm afraid her status is different. The disciples of Heavenly Cloud Mountain not only returned, but also became fearless. It should be related to her. Moreover, she is walking with the city lord. Could it be that she is the city lord's backer? Hue Yi frowned. Interesting. Qin Feiyang whispered. Whoosh. The city lord finally saw Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. His gaze locked onto them, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed. He said, Madam, it's them. The woman immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Her murderous intent also burst out. Madam. Hearing how the city lord addressed the woman, Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi exchanged glances. So they were husband and wife. That young man coldly laughed. He turned and looked at the woman, bowing, disciple greets Lord Hall Master. Emichem? The woman looked at the young man suspiciously. The young man knelt on the ground and said, Disciple is called Zhao Seventh, an inner disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Lord Hall Master, please seek justice for disciple. What's the matter? The woman frowned. The young man pointed at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi and angrily said, It's the two of them who humiliated disciple in public. If it wasn't for the manager of the Heaven Immortal Tower pleading for me, they would have killed me. The woman's eyes flashed with coldness. You didn't tell them that you are a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Yes. But they don't even place our Heavenly Cloud Mountain in their eyes. The young man said. The woman clenched her fists and said, I understand. Retreat to the side first. Yes. The young man stood up and stood behind the woman. He coldly stared at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. The woman stepped forward and walked towards Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. The manager of the restaurant hurriedly stood in front of the woman. The woman immediately raised her brows. The manager's expression was filled with fear. Lord, can you not act in the Heaven Immortal Tower? I won't say it a second time. Scram. The woman coldly said. The manager sighed and silently retreated to the side. The people in the restaurant were also silent like cicadas in winter. The woman stepped forward again and stood in front of Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. She sized them up and said, Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi? That's right. Hue Yi nodded and asked suspiciously, You are? The woman said, I'm the Hall Master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain's Law Enforcement Hall. So it's the Law Enforcement Hall Master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Sorry for the disrespect. Hue Yi hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. The woman coldly said, Are you going to take the initiative to come with me, or do you want me to cripple your cultivation and drag you away? Hue Yi was slightly taken aback. He returned to his seat and smiled. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Why don't we sit down, drink some wine, and chat? The woman was still expressionless. I won't say it a second time. Make your choice now. Hue Yi put away the yin and yang rings on the table. He then looked up at the woman and smiled. Then I'll give you a choice too. Facing the law enforcement hall master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, they actually dare to be so arrogant. They're really crazy beyond reason. I heard that her cultivation is even stronger than the city lord. This time, if they don't know how to restrain themselves, these two brats will definitely suffer a great loss. The most important thing is that she has the entire Heavenly Cloud Mountain behind her. That's right. When I think of how terrifying Heavenly Cloud Mountain is, I can't help but feel my scalp tingle. People discussed in low voices. Chapter 2262. The woman raised her eyebrows. An ice-cold aura filled the air. The city lord also took a step forward and landed beside the woman. Staring at Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Hu Yi looked at the two of them and smiled. "You'd better listen to me." Boom. The woman took a step forward, and a majestic aura suddenly surged out. Hu Yi sighed. "Why don't you listen to my advice?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and suddenly his mind moved. The young man standing beside the door immediately stepped forward and walked behind the woman and the city lord. "What are you doing here? Go back." The city lord sensed the young man's aura and shouted without turning his head. But the young man turned a deaf ear. Clang. Suddenly, the young man took out a dagger flashing with divine light and stabbed towards the woman's back. The sharp light pierced her back. The woman suddenly turned around, grabbed the young man's wrist, and shouted, "What are you doing?" However, the young man turned a deaf ear. What's going on? He's a disciple of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Why would he sneak attack the law enforcement hall master? Everyone was bewildered. The city lord also turned his head to look at the young man, frowned slightly, and said, "Madam, look at his eyes, something's wrong." The woman looked up at the young man's eyes, which seemed a little dull. Before the woman could figure out what was going on, the young man's hand loosened, and the dagger fell. And at the same time, his other hand raised like lightning, grabbed the dagger, and stabbed towards the woman's lower abdomen again. Killing intent surged in the woman's eyes, and she slapped the young man's forehead. The young man died on the spot. What's going on? There seems to be a feeling of being possessed. Could it be related to the previous mark? At this point, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang again. But they saw Qin Feiyang and Hu Yi sitting at the table as if nothing had happened, as if they didn't see it. What mark? But the woman and the city lord were very concerned. Earlier, before you all arrived, Qin Feiyang had created a crimson imprint and assimilated it into the top of his head. Someone said. "Mark," the woman murmured. Her eyes trembled as she stared at Qin Feiyang. She said in a low voice, "Could it be some kind of secret controlling technique?" "Control secret technique? What is that? Why haven't I heard of it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Stop pretending," the woman shouted. "I don't know if you're pretending or not. All I know is that it was you, Lord Hall Master, who killed the disciples of your sect." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Trying to frame me?" The woman sneered. "Do you think I'm that bored? Even if I wanted to frame you, I wouldn't have picked him. What can a mere disciple do? I just want to tell some people that they shouldn't think that they can look down on others just because they have some strength and status. Even an ant can topple an elephant. Some things are hard to predict." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Even an ant can topple an elephant," people murmured, savoring the words. Why did it feel like he was describing the city lord couple? Hu Yi looked at the couple and laughed. "Now, can you quietly listen to the choice I'm giving you?" The couple stared at Hu Yi. "The first choice is to take your people and leave immediately. I will pretend that nothing happened before. The second choice, you go and buy 2 coffins, and I will personally put you in them." The corner of Hu Yi's mouth raised slightly. "I'll go." I've never seen anyone more arrogant than him. Buying 2 coffins and personally putting them in them, he doesn't put the city lord couple in his eyes at all. Qin Feiyang, Hu Yi, these 2 guys, who are they? How dare they be so arrogant in front of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain's law enforcement hall master? The people present couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. The city lord couple was also extremely stunned. Even now, they still have nothing to fear. Hu Yi looked at the woman and said, "I won't repeat my words a second time. All right. I'm completely convinced by him. To be so arrogant in front of the law enforcement hall master, even if he dies, it's worth it. Everyone was already numb to Hue Yi's arrogance. Boom. However, the woman flew into a rage. An astonishing murderous aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Everyone, can you give me face and not fight here? Seeing the situation getting out of control, the steward anxiously looked at the four of them and shouted. However, the four of them turned a deaf ear to him. You don't want to listen to my kind words? Believe it or not, I'll immediately inform the housemaster to come here. The steward was also suddenly burning with anger. Inform the housemaster? It's getting more and more interesting. If the housemaster really comes, I'm afraid none of them will be able to escape. People whispered. At the same time, hearing the steward's words, the city lord couple's pupils suddenly shrank with a bit of fear. Hue Yi glanced at the people in the restaurant and then looked at the city lord couple. He said in a low voice, "It seems like the background of this housemaster is even more terrifying." Qin Feiyang didn't reply. He swept his gaze over the crowd and his eyes flickered. I'll only say it once. If you're here to eat and drink, my Heaven Immortal Tower warmly welcomes you. But if you're here to cause trouble, my Heaven Immortal Tower won't be polite. The steward stared at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi as well as the city lord couple and said in a low voice, "I'll wait for you outside." The woman coldly said to Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Then, she turned and walked out of the Heaven Immortal Tower. If you have the ability, you can hide here forever. The city lord also coldly smiled at the two of them. A group of guards also left the Heaven Immortal Tower. With the city lord couple in the lead, they gathered on the street outside the entrance. They had no intention of leaving. The steward let out a long breath. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi, he cupped his hands and smiled. Young masters, please forgive us for offending you earlier. We don't dare. I really didn't expect that your Heaven Immortal Tower was hiding such a terrifying tower lord. Hue Yi chortled. Young master, please don't laugh at my Heaven Immortal Tower. We're just doing business and don't care about anything else. The steward said. Hue Yi laughed and said, I like businessmen like you. The steward helplessly shook his head and cupped his hands. Then please enjoy, I'll take my leave first. I won't send you off. Hue Yi said. The steward turned and walked to the counter. He glanced at the city lord couple outside and whispered a few words into the ears of a waiter. After that, he didn't even turn his head back as he entered the back hall. Not long later, a few waiters came forward and carried the young man's corpse away. They also cleaned up the blood on the ground. So the Heaven Immortal Tower is the true king. Hue Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang surveyed the restaurant and mumbled, I've also underestimated this place. This is what true low profile means. Look at earlier. We were so noisy but the steward didn't get angry. He even had a servile attitude. There's a good saying that experts are among the people. It's true. Hue Yi sighed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hue Yi rolled his eyes and turned to a middle-aged man at the table beside him. He asked, Old brother, who exactly is the Tower Lord of the Heaven Immortal Tower? You just need to know that he's someone you can't afford to offend. The middle-aged man calmly replied. After that, he ignored Hue Yi and hugged the woman in his arms as they drank and chatted. Can't afford to offend, Hue Yi mumbled. He turned and looked at Qin Feiyang as he transmitted his voice. Should we kill our way out now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. He glanced at the city lord couple outside and thought to himself, if they want to guard, then let them guard slowly. Hue Yi was stunned. From what you're saying, you're planning to continue staying here? I want to stay here and wait for someone. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wait for someone? Hue Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang silently said, earlier, when I read the memories of that person, I already know the whereabouts of the devil ancestor. Where is he? Hue Yi asked. He's at the Heaven Cloud Mountain and is a core disciple. I believe that he will receive the news. At that time, he should appear and look for me. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Is that so? Then let's wait. Hue Yi mumbled. He then looked at the waiter behind the counter and said, Give me a few jars of good wine. The waiter hurriedly said, "Young master, other wines are fine, but we really can't give you the heavenly immortal wine. I also don't want the heavenly immortal wine. Give me 2 jars of your heaven immortal tower's best wine other than the heavenly immortal wine," Huoyi said. "All right." The waiter nodded. He immediately turned and carried 2 jars of wine from the wine cabinet at the back and brought them to Huoyi. He smiled and said, "Please enjoy." Huoyi smiled. He grabbed the wine cup and poured an entire cup before drinking it with gusto. Outside, the city lord glanced at the surrounding crowd and frowned. "Madam, are we going to continue waiting like this?" The woman coldly said, "Then tell me, what solution do you have?" The city lord's expression stiffened. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said in a low voice, "Why don't you personally go and look for Miss Heavenly Immortal?" The woman was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Why don't you go personally?" The city lord smiled embarrassedly. "You are the law enforcement hall master of the Heaven Cloud Mountain. Your face is greater than mine. Why did I find such a useless man like you?" The woman angrily glared at the city lord. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she transmitted her voice. "Fine, you stay here and watch. I will go and talk to Miss Heavenly Immortal." "Okay." The city lord nodded. The woman secretly said, "Don't let them escape." "Don't worry." The city lord transmitted his voice. Chapter 2263. Time flew by. The Heaven Immortal Tower sent away batch after batch of guests and welcomed another batch after another. "It's already afternoon and they're still here? Didn't you see? The city lord brought people to block them outside. Do they dare to go out?" Everyone was whispering and talking at the same time. Swish. Outside. The woman appeared out of thin air beside the city lord. The city lord immediately looked at the woman and asked suspiciously, "Why were you gone for so long?" "She's busy. It wasn't easy to meet her," the woman said. The city lord asked, "How was the discussion?" The woman glanced at him and didn't answer. She turned to the guards behind her and said, "I'll give you guys 100 breaths of time to bring me 2 coffins. "Yes." The group of guards immediately turned and left. The city lord frowned. "Madam, what do you mean by this?" "Of course it's for them." The woman sneered. "For them?" The city lord was stunned for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. His eyes also emitted a cold light. Inside the restaurant, Qin Feiyang didn't say a word as he leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Huoyi, on the other hand, was drinking with relish. Da. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw the manager of the restaurant walking out from the back hall, heading straight for Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. Huoyi grinned. "Manager, are you planning to give me the immortal wine again?" When the manager heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He cupped his hands and said, "Young masters, please leave the Heaven Immortal Tower immediately." Huoyi was stunned. Qin Feiyang also slowly opened his eyes and looked suspiciously at the manager. "I had no choice. I hope the 2 of you can forgive me. And in order to express my apologies, the 2 of you will be free of charge for today's expenses." "I'm really sorry. Please." After the manager finished speaking, he retreated to the side and stretched out his hand. Clearly, he was asking them to leave. What's going on? He's actually chasing them away. This is the first time this has happened in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi frowned. The steward had apologized more than once, which meant that this matter had nothing to do with the steward's illness. In that case, other than the manager, who in the Heaven Immortal Tower would have the authority to chase them away? Suddenly, a name appeared in their minds at the same time. The Tower Master of the Heaven Immortal Tower, because only this person had the authority to do so. The steward once again looked at Qin Feiyang and the young man, and said, "Young masters, don't make things difficult for me, please." The 2 of them exchanged glances. Huoyi drank the rest of the wine in a single breath. He stood up and laughed, "If this place doesn't want me, then there must be a place for me. Brother Qin, let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and stood up as well. "Take care." The steward lowered his head and said. Huoyi patted the manager's shoulder and said with a smile, I admire you because you are indeed a pure businessman. But your tower lord, speaking of which. Hue Yi's eyes were filled with ridicule. His meaning was self-evident. He immediately said, pass on a message to your tower lord for me. The mountains don't move and the waters move. Sooner or later we will meet again. The steward's heart trembled. He nodded and said, I will definitely tell the tower lord truthfully. All right. Hue Yi nodded his head. With his hands behind his back, he strode towards the door. Qin Feiyang looked at Hue Yi's back and cupped his hands. Many thanks for the steward's care today. You're welcome. The steward waved his hand again and again. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang smiled and followed him towards the door. The steward raised his head and looked at the backs of the two. There was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. It felt as if he had done something wrong. They're out. Outside. As soon as Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi walked out of the restaurant, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. The city lord couple stood in front of the crowd with a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Hue Yi glanced at the crowd and looked at the city lord couple. He smiled and said, It's been hard on you to guard for so long. Do you want me to invite you for tea? The couple was silent. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of guards carrying two large coffins running over. Hue Yi was surprised. He looked at the city lord couple and said, You really prepared the coffins? Bang! A group of guards ran over, placed the coffins on the ground, and retreated behind the city lord couple. Not bad, not bad. The materials used are all superior wood. The woman reached out and knocked on the coffin. She nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Then she looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, It suits you. Not for yourselves. Hue Yi was stunned. What do you think? The woman teased. Hue Yi turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, It seems that it's for us. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it either. Hue Yi laughed and looked at the city lord couple, saying, You can enjoy it yourself. Boom. What responded to him was a terrifying pressure. The woman's eyes were cold. She took a step forward and slapped at Hue Yi. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately retreated. You still have a bad temper. Hue Yi laughed and raised his arm like lightning. His 5 fingers were like an eagle's claw, directly grabbing the woman's wrist. The woman immediately stopped, unable to get closer. What? He actually blocked her attack so easily. Everyone's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Then they looked at the woman. Her expression was a trace of surprise. Her arm shook hard, but she found that she couldn't shake off Hue Yi. I told you to take those guards and leave quickly. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Hue Yi sighed. His 5 fingers exerted a little force, and with a crisp crack, the woman's wrist shattered on the spot. Everyone was horrified. The steward also stood at the door, watching this scene with his own eyes. His heart was also set off by stormy waves. Even the law enforcement hall master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain couldn't resist. What was this person's cultivation? Woman. The city lord was also horrified. He hurriedly stepped forward and punched at Hue Yi. It seems that today, I really have to be a good person to the end and send your whole family to hell. The corner of Hue Yi's mouth rose. Boom. Half-step undying realm pressure suddenly erupted. The entire Tianluo city instantly trembled. Crack. The celestial tower next to it and the nearby buildings all collapsed in an instant. Countless people fled into the sky in a sorry state, staring at Hue Yi in horror. This pressure, the steward of the restaurant was also covered in dust. He turned a blind eye to the collapsed celestial tower at this moment and looked at Hue Yi in shock. Then he looked at the city lord couple. At this moment, under the confinement of the pressure, they couldn't even move. Their eyes were also filled with shock. A half-step 9th heaven realm and a lesser 9th heaven realm. I really don't know where you get the courage to challenge me, a half-step undying realm. Hue Yi glanced at the couple and laughed. What? Half-step undying realm? The steward's eyes widened in anger. The city lord couple's eyes also trembled. Half-step undying realm. Half-step undying realm, even in the entire East Tomb, could be counted with one hand. They were existences standing at the top of the pyramid. They never thought that the other party would be a half-step undying realm expert. Immediately after, the City Lord couple also felt an indescribable fear. For an expert of this level, killing them was as easy as flipping a hand. Life is short. You have to cherish every day when you're alive, but you just had to come and seek death. But with these two coffins, your corpses won't be left in the wilderness. Huiyi smiled. Two wisps of fiery red divine power appeared, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. You can't kill me. I'm the law enforcement hall master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. If you kill me, you'll be going against the entire Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The woman roared in panic. Hearing this, Huiyi turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Huiyi also revealed a bright smile. He looked at the woman and said, "We're not even afraid of the dragons. Why would we be afraid of a mere Heavenly Cloud Mountain?" Two wisps of divine power shot out. The woman and City Lord madly struggled. But under the confinement of the pressure, it was useless. The aura of death quickly descended. A trace of madness suddenly crept into the eyes of the couple, and a pitilessly terrifying and destructive aura rushed out of their bodies like a tide. Not good. They're going to self-destruct their bodies. The manager roared. The surrounding crowd's expression changed. What would happen if an expert at the Ninth Heaven's realm self-destructed? The entire Tianluo city, including everyone, would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Self-destruct their bodies? How childish. But just as everyone was panicking and crazily running for their lives, a disdainful voice sounded. Everyone paused and looked toward the source of the voice. The person who spoke was Huiyi. In front of a half-step indestructible realm expert, even a peak Ninth Heaven's realm expert wouldn't be able to self-destruct, let alone two half-step Ninth Heaven's realm experts like you. Huiyi said faintly as his pressure fully appeared. The two of them were immediately imprisoned, as if their bodies were sealed in ice. Not only did their blood stop flowing, but even their divine power stopped flowing. The self-detonation of the two also came to an abrupt end. This is the power of a half-step indestructible realm expert. Can you understand it? Huiyi chuckled. The two wisps of divine power directly entered the top of the two's heads. There were no screams. Because they were completely trapped, they couldn't scream. As blood splattered everywhere, their heads and divine souls were instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. One was the City Lord of Tianluo City, and the other was the Law Enforcement Hall Master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. They were both powerful figures. But now, they died just like that. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. It was too unreal and too hard to accept. Chapter 2264. Huiyi withdrew his pressure and waved his hand. The corpses of the City Lord couple fell into the coffin one after another. Wait. Qin Feiyang walked to the coffin and poured his divine sense into the bodies of the two. His eyes suddenly lit up. What's wrong? Huiyi was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled without saying a word. Divine power poured into the bodies of the two. With a clang, two divine artifacts suddenly flew out. You're too dishonest. You don't even let go of the divine artifacts of the dead. Huiyi's face was full of disdain. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely and took the twos into spatial rings. Shameless. Even I feel embarrassed standing next to you. Huiyi slapped his forehead and shouted to the sky. This is embarrassing. Why don't you leave this embarrassing thing to us? The steward and the others looked at Huiyi speechlessly. The City Lord couple were both powerful figures. There must be a lot of wealth in the interspatial rings. Especially the two divine artifacts. The City Lord's divine artifact was a 3-foot broadsword. It was as wide as 5 fingers. It was completely black and had a threatening edge. Judging from its aura, it was a peak-level divine artifact. The woman's divine artifact was even more amazing. It was a white dagger that looked like it was made of jade. It flickered with a hazy light. At first glance, it looked like an exquisite work of art. It was somewhat similar to Chang Shui. And judging from its aura, this dagger was a legendary divine artifact. A peak-level divine artifact, a legendary divine artifact, and 2 interspatial rings with a lot of wealth. With so many spoils of war, he still called it embarrassing? What was the saying? Yes, yes, yes. Taking advantage and still pretending to be obedient, it was talking about this person. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to the shouting Hue Yi. He directly sent the universe ring and the divine artifact to the ancient castle and had Huolian take inventory. Immediately, he looked at the group of guards and smiled. I'll have to trouble you with the next matter. How could the group of guards dare to say a word? They had long been scared out of their wits and stood at the side trembling. Where are we going now? Hue Yi turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice. We have to go to the City Lord Mansion, and we have to go immediately. Why are we going to the City Lord Mansion? Hue Yi was suspicious. Nonsense. Of course it's a treasure vault. Qin Feiyang thought. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Hue Yi slapped his head and immediately swept up Qin Feiyang and soared into the sky. Now that the City Lord had been killed, the treasury would definitely be targeted. For example, the City Lord's trusted aides. Therefore, he had to hurry to the City Lord's mansion to prevent others from taking advantage of him. Young masters. But at this moment, the steward called out to Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong. Hue Yi was stunned. He turned to look at the manager, a trace of vigilance on his face. Was he here to ask for compensation? The steward flew in front of the 2 of them and bowed. I'm really sorry about what happened before. What's the situation? Hue Yi was stunned. He originally thought that the steward stopped him to ask him to compensate for the loss of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Because before this, the entire Heaven Immortal Tower had collapsed under his pressure. He never expected that the steward was here to apologize. Wait a minute. Had this steward done anything to let him down? He shouldn't have, right? Since he hadn't, why was he apologizing to him? I will represent the Tower Lord to apologize to the 2 young masters. The steward lowered his head and said, represent the Tower Lord to apologize? Hue Yi and Qin Feiyang exchanged glances. You really can't blame the Tower Lord for this matter. After all, the City Lord and his wife are both reputable characters in Eastern Tomb. The Tower Lord has to give them face. The steward said. So it's this matter. Hue Yi nodded in understanding and smiled. You are not only a businessman, but you are also a very loyal person. I really envy your Tower Lord for having a subordinate like you. I'm ashamed. The steward waved his hand. Since you have taken the initiative to apologize to us on behalf of your Tower Lord, then I will give you face and not bicker with him. Remember, I'm doing this for your sake, not your Tower Lord. Hue Yi said. Many thanks. The steward cupped his hands, his face filled with gratitude. Then let's meet again if fate allows it. Hue Yi smiled and swept up Qin Feiyang, breaking through the sky like lightning. My face, the steward muttered to himself, a trace of a smile appearing in his eyes. Although this person was very strong, his character was not bad and he was quite easy to get along with. City Lord Manor. The Heaven Immortal Tower wasn't far from the City Lord Manor. Therefore, Hue Yi's pressure had also affected the City Lord Manor. The originally magnificent City Lord's mansion had now become a pile of rubble. The guards, servants, maids, and stewards of the City Lord Manor added up to a few hundred people. At this moment, they were all standing in the void with ashen faces, looking at the ruins below, their faces filled with grief, anger, and despair. Because they were not far from the Heaven Immortal Tower, they already knew about the death of the City Lord and his wife. Steward, what should we do? A black-clothed old man among the group of people was at a loss. What can we do? Are we going to avenge the City Lord and his wife? We don't have that ability at all. Hurry up and find something valuable and run for your life. The black-clothed old man shouted. When the group of people heard this, they immediately dispersed and entered the ruins below to search. The black-clothed old man glanced at the group of people, his eyes flashed slightly, and he also entered the ruins. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he moved away a piece of gravel, and a complete piece of ground immediately appeared. The treasure vault is all mine. The black-clothed old man lowered his head and looked at the ground, his expression incomparably excited. Following closely, he blew off the dust on the ground, then gently pressed the edge of the ground, and a palm-sized secret compartment suddenly appeared. In the secret compartment, there was a black button hidden. The black-clothed old man raised his trembling hand and pressed the black button. Immediately, the ground under his feet quickly cracked open. A secret passage that was only about 1 meter wide immediately appeared in front of his eyes. The black-clothed old man glanced at the people around him, jumped down, and entered the secret passage. The secret door also closed. But just before it closed, 2 figures rushed into the secret passage like lightning. These 2 people were Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. It was also luck. As soon as they came to the top of the ruins, they noticed the sneaky black-clothed old man. Although he didn't know if the treasure vault was below, it was 100% certain that something was hidden in such a secret door. So, they immediately followed him in. "Who let you in? Get out quickly." At the same time, seeing that someone had followed them, the black-clothed old man was furious. He thought it was the city lord's mansion's guards or servants. But when Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi turned around and faced the black-clothed old man, the black-clothed old man trembled and collapsed to the ground on the spot. How could it be these 2 fierce people? Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-clothed old man, released his divine sense, and followed the secret passage, extending towards the end. The inside of the secret passage was quite spacious. It was more than 3 meters high and about 2 meters wide, in a spiral shape, leading to the ground. And when his divine sense extended to the end of the secret passage, he found that there was a tightly closed stone door at the end. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He withdrew his divine sense, looked down at the black-clothed old man on the ground, and asked, "Where is this place?" "This," the black-clothed old man stammered, his face was pale, showing that he was scared. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you." "Really?" The black-clothed old man raised his head in fear and looked at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. "Really? But the premise is that you have to answer my question truthfully," Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The black-clothed old man nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is this place?" The black-clothed old man said, "This is the place where the city lord usually cultivates in seclusion." "A place for seclusion?" Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other, frowned, and said, "What about the city lord's mansion's treasure vault?" The black-clothed old man's heart trembled. It turned out that these 2 people were also here for the treasure vault. "Speak," Hue Yi shouted. "I don't know where the treasure vault is either. Although I am the steward of the city lord's mansion, the city lord and his wife have never mentioned the location of the treasure vault to anyone. Even the young city lord doesn't know," the black-clothed old man hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang asked, "In other words, only the city lord and his wife know the location of the treasure vault?" "Yes." The black-clothed old man nodded. "What should we do?" Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he looked at the black-clothed old man again and said, "I never trust anyone so easily, so I want to read your memories." After saying that, he placed his hands in front of his chest and formed a seal. A puppet imprint quickly appeared. "Read my memories." The black-clothed old man's gaze trembled as he looked at the puppet imprint floating in the void, panicking. "Don't resist. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences," Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed old man's cultivation was very strong, at least a half-step to the divine realm. If he resisted, he really couldn't control it and might even suffer a backlash. However, with Hue Yi around, he shouldn't have the guts. Don't. The black-clothed old man hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I can tell you anything, just that after this, you can give me a way out." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "So, you were lying before?" Hue Yi's eyes also flashed with killing intent. The black-clothed old man was terrified to the extreme and shook his head. I'm sorry, I was possessed for a moment and won't dare to do it again. Let me tell you, the treasure vault is below this secret passage." "Below?" Qin Feiyang pointed underground. "Yes." The black-clothed old man nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi looked at each other and asked, "Are you sure you didn't lie to us this time?" "No, no." The black-clothed old man shook his head again. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Then why are you still sitting on the ground? Lead the way." "Yes, yes, yes." The black-clothed old man immediately got up and ran towards the end of the secret passage. Because he was too flustered, he even tripped a few times. This old thing definitely wants to swallow all the treasures in the treasure vault alone. Huoyi sneered inwardly. "That's why I said to hurry over when we were in the Heaven Immortal Tower." Qin Feiyang secretly said. Huoyi gave a thumbs up. He indeed had foresight and arrived in time. Otherwise, not to mention treasures, not even a divine crystal would be left. Chapter 2265. After a while, Qin Feiyang and Huoyi followed the black-clothed old man to the stone door at the end. The stone door exuded a strong aura. Huoyi stepped forward and pushed it, but it didn't budge. "This is a mechanism, but with your strength, you can definitely force it open." The black-clothed old man smiled flatteringly. Huoyi rolled his eyes and said, "Don't flatter me, hurry up and open it for me." "Yes." The black-clothed old man nodded and turned to look at the corner of the wall, where an oil lamp was hanging. The old man stepped forward and gently turned the oil lamp. Boom! The stone door immediately opened slowly. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi looked at each other, their eyes firmly locked on the stone door, full of expectation. The black-clothed old man walked to the two of them with a greedy face. Finally, the stone door was completely opened. A secret room that was hundreds of feet wide appeared in front of the three of them. Inside the secret room, rows of iron shelves were neatly placed. Each row of iron shelves had 4 layers. And on the iron shelves, there were a large number of Chenkuan bags and Chenkuan rings piled up. On each of the iron racks, there were also iron and jade boxes of varying lengths. "This is the City Lord's mansion's treasure vault," Qin Feiyang muttered. If every Chenkuan ring and Chenkuan bag were filled with things, how much wealth would it be? The black-clothed old man swallowed his saliva and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. He said with a flattering smile, "Lords, I have worked hard even if I didn't make any contributions. Can you reward me? The city lord and his wife just died, and you came to the treasure vault. It can be seen how greedy you are. For a person like you, I'm already being lenient by not killing you, and you still want a reward." Huoyi glared at him. The black-clothed old man's expression stiffened. Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-clothed old man, his eyes flashing slightly, and asked, "Who are you in the City Lord's mansion?" "I'm the City Lord's mansion's steward." The black-clothed old man quickly responded. "Do you know the location of the treasure vault? As the City Lord's mansion's steward, the treatment must be good, and you must know more than others," Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed old man said with a flattering smile, "Sir, just ask whatever you want to know." "Pretty smart." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Do you and your wife have any other children?" "No." The black-clothed old man shook his head and said, "It's because he only has one son that he dotes on him so much." "What about your family?" Qin Feiyang said. "The mayor's parents died early, so he was an orphan when he was young. Madam's parents also died many years ago, so she doesn't have any relatives now, but Madam's elder brother, speaking of which." The black-clothed old man's expression became extremely heavy. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice, "Madam's biological elder brother has a great background." "Where did he come from?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "To be honest, you really shouldn't have been so impulsive as to kill the city lord and his wife." The black-clothed old man sighed. Huoyi raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't keep me in suspense, hurry up and say it." The black-clothed old man said, "Madam's elder brother is the great elder of the heavenly cloud mountain. It is said that he has the cultivation of peak 9 heaven's realm." "Great elder of the heavenly cloud mountain?" Huoyi was surprised. "Yes. It's because of this great elder's support that the city lord dares to act recklessly in Tianluo City," the black-clothed old man said. "Peak 9 heaven's realm," Qin Feiyang murmured and turned to look at Huoyi. He laughed and said, "This shouldn't be a threat to you, right? Peak 9 heaven's realm indeed can't threaten me, But this heavenly cloud mountain must be hiding a half-step immortal realm expert. And this person, as the great elder of the heavenly cloud mountain, has a high position and power. If he wants to settle the score with us, it will be troublesome. I really didn't expect that so many big shots from the Eastern Tomb would be involved in the killing of a Silk Pants. Hue Yi shook his head. This is a challenge. Qin Feiyang laughed. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. If you have the ability, why don't you go and kill the great elder of the heavenly cloud mountain? Hue Yi rolled his eyes. Me? If I had the ability, why would I bring you to East Tomb? Qin Feiyang said. So you're saying that you're treating me as a bodyguard? Qin Feiyang, I'm a little angry about this. I've always treated you as a brother, and I've always treated you with sincerity, but you treat me as a bodyguard. So I've been thinking too much these past few years. Hue Yi said angrily. Hey, hey, hey. Is there a need to be so angry? If I didn't treat you as a brother, would I have told you my identity? What I mean is, being a brother is the main thing, and being a bodyguard is just a side job, understand? Qin Feiyang laughed. TCH. Don't think that you can make up for the harm you've done to me. Hue Yi snorted. When did I hurt you? As a man, is there a need to be so calculative? Qin Feiyang was speechless. This isn't a matter of being calculative, it's a matter of principle. Being a brother is a lifelong thing. Let's not talk about anything else, I'm only talking about attitude. The kind of attitude I have towards you, you should have the same attitude towards me. Hue Yi said. Although what you said is true, there is still tolerance between brothers. Whether it's me or you, there will be times when we make mistakes and say the wrong things. If we're calculative, then wouldn't the word brother be nonsense? Qin Feiyang said. It seems to make sense. Hue Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, what do you mean by it makes sense? It makes sense to begin with. Fine, fine, fine. I can't win against you. I admit defeat. Can I not be calculative? Hue Yi said angrily. Originally, he was in the right, but after this guy's nonsense, he became a little narrow-minded. It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't go too far. Hue Yi's face darkened. Qin Feiyang laughed, glanced at the treasure house, and said, get ready to work. Hearing this, Hue Yi immediately rubbed his hands and laughed. Boom. However, at this moment, a stream of divine sense surged toward Qin Nan like a tide. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This is a powerhouse. Hue Yi frowned immediately. It's him. The old man in black exclaimed. Who? Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi turned to look at him. The old man in black said, Heavenly Cloud Mountain's great elder, Sumo. He came to kill us so quickly. Hue Yi was surprised. The old man in black was taken aback and coughed dryly. Lord, don't be mistaken, you're the intruder. Hue Yi was stunned and smiled embarrassedly. Look, I'm a friendly person. I just came here and I've already treated this place as my home. The old man in black was speechless. Hue Yi urged, Brother Qin, hurry up. Qin Feiyang nodded and rushed into the treasure house. With a wave of his hand, the iron shelves quickly disappeared. Naturally, they were all sent to the castle. The current castle was enough to accommodate everything here. Swish. When Qin Feiyang finished sweeping, a terrifying aura surged from the other side of the secret passage. Almost in the next moment, a burly man with his upper body exposed appeared. He was 2 meters tall, like a small giant, filled with a wild aura. Greetings, great elder. The old man in black immediately knelt on the ground, his face pale. The aura emitted by the burly man made him feel despair. The burly man glanced at the old man in black, then looked at Hue Yi, and his pupils shrank slightly. Immediately after, he saw the treasure house again. Seeing the empty treasury, as well as Qin Feiyang who was standing in the treasury, he immediately clenched his fists. The old man in black said, Great elder, I didn't bring them here. Then why are you here? Sumo shouted. The old man in black was flustered. If you really didn't bring them here, then you must also be thinking about the treasures here. So, you deserve to die. Sumo took a step forward and landed in front of the old man in black. His fan-like big hand slammed down. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the old man in black died on the spot. Qin Feiyang walked out of the treasure house and stood beside Hu Yi. Looking at this scene, his pupils could not help but shrink. Although it was the first time they met, it was not difficult to see that this was a violent and ruthless person. Half-step imperishable, then. Sumo looked at Hu Yi, his eyes flickering. Sumo, great elder of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. Hu Yi cupped his hands and smiled. Sumo said, you're the one who killed my sister's family. Aren't you asking the obvious? However, this matter truly cannot be blamed on me. It is them who have been aggressive over and over again. Hu Yi said helplessly. Don't worry. I'm not here to take revenge on you. I don't have the ability. Sumo said. Your Excellency is very self-aware. If your sister also had such awareness, how could things have gotten to this point? Hu Yi smiled. Sumo's eyes darkened, and said, I received the order of the Deputy Peak Master to invite the two of you to Heavenly Cloud Mountain as guests. Deputy Peak Master? Guests? Qin Feiyang and Sumo looked at each other. Hu Yi asked suspiciously, may I ask, who is the Deputy Peak Master? The Deputy Peak Master is the person with the highest authority in Heavenly Cloud Mountain. He is also a half-step imperishable realm expert like you. Sumo said. I see. Hu Yi suddenly understood. The Deputy Peak Master is already waiting for the two of you at Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Please. Sumo retreated to the side and stretched out his hand. Hu Yi said telepathically, Brother Qin, this isn't a trap, right? Qin Feiyang thought, how is Heavenly Cloud Mountain compared to Empyrean Palace? Hu Yi said, definitely stronger than Empyrean Palace. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he asked, how do you know? Think about it. Since there's a Deputy Peak Master, Heavenly Cloud Mountain must have a Peak Master. This Peak Master is definitely stronger than the Deputy Peak Master. I think he should be about the same as the Palace Master of Empyrean Palace. If the Palace Master was still alive, the overall strength of Empyrean Palace and Heavenly Cloud Mountain should be about the same. But because of the Palace Master's death, Empyrean Palace naturally can't compare to Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Hu Yi thought. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, I thought you knew a lot about Heavenly Cloud Mountain. How is that possible? I've never heard of Heavenly Cloud Mountain before. It's all analysis and deduction. Hu Yi smiled. Chapter 2266. Qin Feiyang looked at Hu Yi meaningfully and said, then, do you think I should go or not? I think you shouldn't go. Hu Yi thought for a moment and said. Continue. Qin Feiyang said. Look. If it's like my analysis and there is another Peak Master in Skycloud Mountain, then if they want to harm us, I'm afraid even I won't be able to escape. Hu Yi said. Makes sense. Before figuring out the Vice Peak Master's motive, it's best not to set foot on Skycloud Mountain. But to be honest, I really want to go. Qin Feiyang sighed. To see the demon ancestor? There's no need for that. When the demon ancestor receives the news, he will definitely take the initiative to look for you. Hu Yi said. Then let's see the situation first. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Hu Yi nodded and looked up at Sumo. Go back and tell your Vice Peak Master that if there's a chance, I will personally visit Skycloud Mountain. Sumo raised his eyebrows and said, don't tell me you won't even give face to the Vice Peak Master. Can't you see that I'm very busy? Get lost. Hu Yi shouted. Sumo's eyes flashed with hostility. All right, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he really turned around and left. Hu Yi looked at Sumo's back in astonishment and muttered, I thought he would say a few harsh words to threaten us, but I didn't expect him to leave so simply. Would the great elder of Skycloud Mountain do such a childish thing? But I can see that he hates you. Qin Feiyang said. Don't just talk about me, there's also you. Do you think he will let you go? Hu Yi sneered. Then he better not provoke me, or I will directly open the slaughter domain and kill my way to Skycloud Mountain to take his head. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You have courage, I support you. Hu Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, lowered his head and pondered for a while. He took out 2 appearance-changing pills and looked at Huoyi. At this time, we should keep a low profile. Understood. Huoyi nodded. How dare they kill our law enforcement hall master? We must capture them. Yes. Cut them into 1,000 pieces, grind their bones to dust, and let them know the price of offending Heaven Cloud Mountain. The death of the city lord and his wife not only shook the entire Heaven Luo city, but even the heavenly Cloud Mountain was abuzz with the news. The disciples discussed this matter angrily. Despite their fierce words, none of them dared to make a move. Half-step undying, these 4 words were like a mountain pressing down on their heads. If he wanted to avenge this humiliation, he could only rely on the big shots above him. Atop a towering mountain, at the peak of the mountain sat an ancient hall. It was completely black, like a ferocious beast lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. There was a person sitting in the main hall. However, his face could not be seen clearly. His entire body was enveloped in 5-colored divine light. However, from her figure, he could tell that she was a woman. Moreover, she was a woman with an excellent figure. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burly man appeared in the hall out of thin air. It was Sumo. Where are they? The woman squatting on top asked. Her voice was like an aureole, clear and pleasant to listen to. Sumo respectfully said, "They refused my invitation." Refused? The woman raised her eyebrows and asked, "They didn't say that I invited them?" Yes. But Huoyi said that when he has the chance, he will personally come to visit. Sumo said. What an arrogant person. The woman said angrily. Plop. Sumo knelt on the ground and pleaded, Deputy Peak Master, my sister's death. But before Sumo finished speaking, the woman raised her hand and said, Get up. Your sister is the Law Enforcement Hall Master of Heaven Cloud Mountain. She represents Heaven Cloud Mountain. Huoyi and Qin Feiyang killed her, which is the same as going against the entire Heaven Cloud Mountain. I won't let them off so easily. Thank you, my lord. Sumo shed tears of gratitude. The woman said, but first, we have to figure out their origins. Please tell us, my lord. Sumo bowed. I have no impression of this person called Huoyi, so I can't investigate him. But that person who claims to be a descendant of Qin Batian, Qin Feiyang. The woman pondered for a moment, looked at Sumo, and said, You should be familiar with Qin Batian, right? I still remember when the dragons came to the northern region and forced Nine Heavens Palace to hand over Qin Batian. When I heard the news, I personally went to Nine Heavens Palace and saw Qin Batian himself. Sumo nodded. This Qin Batian, after exchanging blows with the dragon clan, he disappeared without a trace. No one knows where he is. But I didn't expect that thousands of years later, a young man who claims to be his descendant would appear. If this Qin Feiyang is really his descendant, then Qin Feiyang should have been in the northern region before. Immediately open the altar and go to the northern region. Find the people of Nine Heavens Palace and inquire about his situation. And Huoyi. You must investigate this person's identity. If Qin Feiyang is really from the northern region, then this Huoyi must be from the northern region, the woman said. The northern region, my lord, the northern region's situation is similar to Dongling. Only Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion have half-step imperishable experts. If Huoyi is really from the northern region, then could he be from Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion? Sumo was surprised. I don't think so. Because I'm not familiar with the half-step imperishable experts of Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. The woman shook her head. Sumo said, Then is it possible to change his appearance and hide his identity? Change his appearance and hide his identity, the woman murmured. I don't want to suspect Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. But in the entire northern region, other than Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion, I can't think of any other force that has a half-step imperishable expert. Sumo said. I don't think so, right? Although our Heaven Cloud Mountain and Nine Heavens Palace don't have a good relationship, we've never had a grudge. Moreover, we've always minded our own business. As for the Treasure Pavilion, that goes without saying. Whether it's the Treasure Pavilion of Dongling or the northern region, our Heaven Cloud Mountain has always held a respectful heart. So, If this Hue Yi is really from Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion, then even if your sister is wrong and offended him, he won't kill her for the sake of our Heaven Cloud Mountain. The woman said. Sumo frowned. Find out more about it first. If Hue Yi is really from Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion, then I'll personally go to the northern region to find them and get justice for your sister. If not, then it's naturally for the best. Because then, I can attack them without hesitation. Half-step imperishable, although they can dominate Dongling and the northern region, provoking my Heaven Cloud Mountain will only result in death. The woman sneered, her words filled with a bone-piercing killing intent. Understood. I'll go right away. Sumo nodded, then turned and strode away. At the same time, something big was happening in the northern region. The coast of the Sky Dragon Sea. An old man in a black robe stood in the sky. His entire person was wrapped tightly in the robe, only revealing a gloomy face and a pair of fierce eyes. The void around him was twisting. A terrifying aura shocked everyone. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, two figures cut through the sky like lightning and landed in front of the black-robed old man. Both of them were quite old, and the aura they exuded was extremely strong. It was the First Elder and the Vice Pavilion Master. However, when they saw the face of the black-robed old man, both of them were shocked. Moreover, in the depths of the First Elder's eyes, there was a strong killing intent, as if he had seen the enemy who had killed his father. The black-robed old man sized up the two of them, and his gaze suddenly locked onto the First Elder. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Long time no see, do you still remember me?" Crack. The First Elder clenched his hands. "Old friend, don't be rash." The Vice Pavilion Master was shocked and hurriedly said in his heart. However, the First Elder's abnormality had already been noticed by the black-robed old man. A terrifying aura suddenly pounced toward the First Elder. Puff! The First Elder flew out on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. Seeing this, the Vice Pavilion Master hurriedly bowed and said, "Sir, please calm down." Scram! The black-robed old man shouted. The Vice Pavilion Master's gaze trembled, and he no longer dared to say anything. The First Elder stabilized his body and stared at the black-robed old man, his eyes filled with hatred. "Before I came, I had already guessed that you people from Nine Heaven Palace wanted to kill me and take revenge for your palace master. Unfortunately, even if I stood in front of you, you wouldn't have the ability to do so." The black-robed old man's face was full of ridicule. The First Elder closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The anger in his eyes had already calmed down. He bowed and said, "Greetings, sir. See. Not only do you not dare to make a move, but you also have to bow and scrape to me. This is how lowly you all are." The black-robed old man laughed contemptuously. The First Elder was mad with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Because he knew the strength of the person in front of him too well. Even if Nine Heaven Palace went all out, they wouldn't be able to fight back. The black-robed old man looked at the two and said, "This time, I came to the northern region to investigate something." "Please tell us, sir." The Vice Pavilion Master said. "Just this morning, the 10 young geniuses sent by my dragon clan all died in your northern region. Do you know the reason for this?" The black-robed old man said. "What? You came for those 10 people? Wait. Didn't those 10 people just die this morning? How did the dragons know about their deaths so quickly? And they came to the northern region so quickly?" The Vice Pavilion Master and the First Elder were shocked. "Back then, when they came to the northern region, we ordered them to disguise themselves and sneak into Nine Heaven Palace to investigate the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. In other words, they are now disciples of Nine Heaven Palace. Don't tell me you don't know." The black-robed old man looked at the First Elder with a fierce glint in his eyes. The First Elder's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said, "I really don't know, but something strange did happen this morning." "What is it?" The black-robed old man frowned. "This morning, Qin Feiyang suddenly came to Sky Dragon City with the corpses of 10 divine dragons. After leaving the corpses of the 10 divine dragons, he left without a word. When we received the news and rushed over to check, he was long gone." The First Elder said calmly. Chapter 2267. Indeed. At that time, I also rushed over immediately, but I reckon that Qin Feiyang was also afraid of being caught by us. By the time I arrived, only the corpses of those divine dragons were left. The Vice Pavilion Master also nodded. The corpses of 10 divine dragons, the black-robed old man muttered and asked, where are their corpses? The central square of Sky Dragon City, but the Vice Pavilion Master looked a little hesitant. Speak. The black-robed old man said. This, Lord, you have to promise us that you won't kill us. The Vice Pavilion Master said. You still dare to negotiate with me? The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. No, no, no. We are afraid that you will be angry, so we dare not say it. The Vice Pavilion Master quickly waved his hand. The Great Elder also had a look of panic. The black-robed old man glanced at the two and nodded. All right, I will spare your lives. Thank you, Lord. I heard that the bodies of those 10 divine dragons were divided by someone. The Vice Pavilion Master said. What? The black-robed old man's body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. Lord, please calm down. The Vice Pavilion Master and Great Elder hurriedly called out. Regarding this, the two did not lie to the black-robed old man. Last time. After Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi killed more than 20 divine dragons in the Sky Dragon Sea, they sent the corpses to Sky Dragon City for everyone to divide. After tasting this sweetness, everyone yearned for the dragon meat. Therefore, when the Great Elder disguised himself as Qin Feiyang and sent the 10 divine dragons to Sky Dragon City, the people of Sky Dragon City immediately swarmed over to snatch the dragon meat. In just a short while, the 10 divine dragons had been cleanly divided among the people. The black-robed old man took a deep breath and asked, what kind of divine dragons are they? It seems to be 2 black dragons, 2 water dragons, and 3 fire dragon, 3 earth dragon. Yes, that's it. The Great Elder and the Vice Pavilion Master recalled as they spoke. After the black-robed old man finished listening, the killing intent in his eyes surged again. The Vice Pavilion Master asked cautiously, Lord, the 10 young talents of the dragons you mentioned, could it be them? Yes, it's them. The black-robed old man enunciated each word clearly. This, the 2 Vice Pavilion Masters looked at each other. I'm sorry, my lord. We didn't know their identities. We thought they were just ordinary mystical dragons. If we had known that they were the young talents of the dragons, we would have definitely protected their corpses. We really deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Please forgive us, sir. The 2 of them roared in horror. Shut up. The black-robed old man shouted angrily. The 2 of them immediately shut their mouths, not even daring to breathe. But in his heart, he was laughing. The angrier the black-robed old man appeared, the more pleasure they felt in their hearts. Especially the Great Elder. Now, they couldn't wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. The black-robed old man's face sank. Suddenly, he looked down at the coast. On the shore, there was a huge rock. The 3 lines of words on it were extremely eye-catching. Dragons are dogs. Eastern Tomb, Western Desert, and Southern Wasteland. Written by Qin Feiyang. The black-robed old man flashed and landed in front of the huge rock. Looking at the words on it, his hands clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. The Great Elder and the Vice Pavilion Masters looked at each other and also landed beside the black-robed old man. They pretended to be curious and looked at the huge rock. This, the Great Elder's face suddenly changed. My lord, please don't be angry. I will immediately destroy this rock. Saying so, he threw a punch at the huge rock. Back off. The black-robed old man shouted. My lord, the Great Elder's body stiffened and turned to look at the black-robed old man. This lord is very angry. But this rock cannot be destroyed. Because this lord will use this rock to kill him. The black-robed old man waved his sleeves. An invisible force surged out and rushed towards the huge rock. Following closely, a magical scene appeared. The huge rock quickly shrank and finally became the size of a palm. It rose into the air and disappeared into the black-robed old man's chi sea. This Qin Feiyang really deserves to die. Our treasure pavilion and 9th Heaven Palace are both looking for him. But I have to admit that he is really a difficult character to deal with. Every time he appears and disappears mysteriously. The Vice Pavilion Master sighed. As long as he is in the ancient world, he will not be able to escape from the hands of the dragons. The black-robed old man said word by word. His killing intent was overwhelming. And because he saw the words on the huge rock, he completely believed the Vice Pavilion Master and the Great Elder's words. He asked, "Who cut up their corpses?" "We are not sure. We were not present at that time." The two shook their heads. The black-robed old man said, "Then slaughter Sky Dragon City." "My lord, you must not. They did not know that the 10 divine dragons belonged to you dragons. If they knew, even if you gave them 100 guts, they would not dare to do it. My lord, there are so many people in Sky Dragon City. If we kill them all, it will be too cruel." When the two heard this, they immediately trembled and hurriedly cried out. They never thought that the black-robed old man would be so crazy to think of slaughtering the city. If they did not stop him, they would become the sinners of the North region. The Vice Pavilion Master was slightly better. After all, he did not participate and only knew about it. The Great Elder was different. He participated in the entire process. There was also Shangguan Fenglan. This idea was Shangguan Fenglan's. Therefore, something like slaughtering the city must not happen. Otherwise, they would not be able to atone for their sins even if they died. A group of lowly creatures dare to eat the people of the dragons. Even if they do not know, they will not be forgiven. The black-robed old man said sternly. The Great Elder said, "My lord, they are only a small portion of the people in Sky Dragon City. The majority of the people are innocent." "All right. Now go and find that small portion of people. If you can't find them, I will kill you," the black-robed old man said. The Great Elder took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If killing me can save Sky Dragon City from being slaughtered, I am willing to accept my death." The black-robed old man was surprised. He looked at the Great Elder and said, "I did not know that you have such a kind side." The Great Elder sighed, "There are so many people in Sky Dragon City. There are also countless women and children. Anyone with a little conscience will not sit by and do nothing." The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold and said, "Listening to your words, are you saying that I have no conscience?" "No, no, no. Even if I have the guts, I would not dare to think like that. I just could not help but sigh. I did not mean to scold you at all." The Great Elder quickly waved his hand. "Humph." The black-robed old man snorted. He looked at the Great Elder and the Vice Pavilion Master and sneered, "No matter what you say, you cannot change my decision. Today, the city must be slaughtered." The Great Elder and the Vice Pavilion Master's heart sank. Swoosh. But at this moment, a woman in a light purple dress broke through the air like lightning. It was Shangguan Fenglan. The Great Elder's face changed. He secretly said, "What are you doing here?" Shangguan Fenglan was about to speak, but when she saw the black-robed old man, her eyes were filled with intense hatred. "Go back. This beast wants to massacre the city. This old man is already prepared to fight him to the death. In the future, the 9 Heavens Palace will be handed over to you. You must manage it well. Don't let down this old man's expectations of you." The Great Elder secretly said. "What? Massacre the city?" Shangguan Fenglan was shocked. "Yes. He wants to massacre the Sky Dragon City." The Great Elder transmitted. "Why?" Shangguan Fenglan was furious and asked secretly. The Great Elder said, "To avenge those 10 people." When Shangguan Fenglan heard this, she had already guessed the gist of it. A trace of regret crept up in her heart as she blamed herself. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come up with this rotten idea. I don't blame you. I can only blame this old man for being too weak and unable to protect everyone." The Great Elder's heart was filled with powerlessness. The powerful dragons made people despair. "No. You can't die. The 9 Heavens Palace can't do without you. This idea was mine. I will bear it alone," Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. "Nonsense," the Great Elder secretly shouted. But at this time, a terrifying murderous aura enveloped them. The two of them trembled as they looked at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man looked at the two of them with murderous aura and said, I don't like it when people secretly communicate in front of me. I'm sorry. The Great Elder hurriedly apologized. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes flashed as she transmitted her voice. Great Elder, I suddenly thought of a way that might allow the Sky Dragon City to escape this calamity. What way? The Great Elder secretly asked. Shangguan Fenglan did not answer. She raised her head to look at the black-robed old man and said respectfully, Lord, I have already found the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Where? The black-robed old man was stunned and quickly asked. Dongling. And now, they are in the Sky Luo City. Shangguan Fenglan said. Sky Luo City, the black-robed old man muttered. The Great Elder and the Deputy Pavilion Master were also stunned. They quietly transmitted their voice and asked, Fenglan, how do you know so clearly? Shangguan Fenglan said, Sumo told me. Sumo. The two of them frowned without leaving a trace. Wait. Is it the Great Elder of the Sky Cloud Mountain, Sumo? The Great Elder secretly asked. Yes. He is now in our Nine Heavens Palace. I came to find you for this. He seems to want to investigate the background of Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Shangguan Fenglan transmitted her voice. Why does Su Mo want to investigate the background of the two of them? The Great Elder was a little stunned. I don't know. Su Mo said that he will talk to you in detail when he sees you. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. Su Mo personally came to the northern region to investigate their background. Could it be that they have caused some big trouble in Dongling again? The Deputy Pavilion Master secretly said in surprise. The Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan looked at each other. Needless to say, this was really possible. Originally, I did not intend to tell this beast, but now I have no choice but to use Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi to divert his attention. I hope it is really effective, and I also hope that Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi can understand me. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she looked at the black-robed old man nervously. The Great Elder and the Deputy Pavilion Master were also nervous to the extreme. After a while, the black-robed old man looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, He is really in Dongling? Yes. Someone from the Sky Cloud Mountain of Dongling just happened to come over. If you don't believe me, you can go and interrogate him yourself. Shangguan Fenglan respectfully replied. Okay, let's go to your Nine Heavens Palace. The black-robed old man nodded. Sir, please. The Great Elder and the other two hurriedly retreated to the side. Finally, the crisis of Sky Dragon City was temporarily resolved. Chapter 2268. Below the Stairway to Heaven. Elder Wei was guarding Ninth Heaven Palace as usual. If one were to talk about who was the greatest, the Nine Heavens Palace was none other than him. Because he was the one who guarded the only path into the Nine Heavens Palace day and night. Shua. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, 4 figures arrived at the peak one after another. It was the black-robed elder, the vice pavilion master, the first elder, and Shangguan Fenglan. Greetings, Lord. Elder Wei opened his eyes and bowed respectfully. The black-robed elder glanced at Elder Wei coldly. Without saying anything, he stepped onto the stairway to heaven. Wang. The stairway to heaven shook as a warning. This made the black-robed elder a little unhappy, but he didn't pursue the matter. The vice pavilion master glanced at the black-robed elder's back and asked, Should I go up too? The first elder said, You should return to Sky Dragon City first and make preparations in advance. Okay. The vice pavilion master nodded. Although the crisis was temporarily resolved, no one knew what the black-robed elder was thinking. What if he wanted to massacre the city later? Therefore, it was necessary to make preparations in advance. Also, ask the pavilion master. The pavilion master has been to the Divine Land and knows more about the dragons than us. Ask him how the dragons learned about the death of the 10 people so quickly. The first elder said. Okay. The vice pavilion master nodded, opened an altar and left quickly. Sigh. I hope we can get through this safely. The first elder murmured. He glanced at Elder Wei and chased after the black-robed elder. The peace will eventually be broken. The eternal cycle of reincarnation, the undying fate, has finally begun. I hope there will be a miracle this time. Elder Wei murmured and sat down cross-legged, silently guarding this pure land. Above the stairway to heaven. Square. Sumo stood beside the altar. There were many disciples of Ninth Heaven Palace around him, looking at him curiously. This was because some disciples had personally witnessed him using this altar to descend to the Nine Heavens Palace. In other words, the person in front of him wasn't from the North region. And no one had been to Eastern Tomb, Southern Wilderness, and Western Desert except for the giants of the North region. Therefore, they were curious about the people of these three regions. Boom. Suddenly, terrifying auras emerged one after another. Sumo's heart suddenly trembled. What a terrifying aura. But then, a trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. Why was this aura so familiar? Wait a minute. Previously, when the dragons descended upon Nine Heavens Palace and forced them to hand over Qin Batian, this aura seemed to have appeared as well. Could it be him? Sumo hurriedly walked to the side of the stairway and looked down. When he saw the black-robed old man, his expression changed drastically. Why was he in the northern region? This was too unlucky. The disciples in the square also gathered behind Sumo, looking at the black-robed old man in surprise. He actually made Shangguan Fenglan and the first elder personally accompany him, and they even had a respectful look on their faces. What was the background of this person? Whoosh. Several breaths later, the black-robed old man ascended the stairway. Sumo quickly bowed and said, East Tomb's Heavenly Cloud Mountain's Grand Elder, Sumo, pays his respects to Lord Ancestral Dragon. What? He is the Ancestral Dragon? The disciples were dumbfounded. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here. The great elder shouted. The disciples shuddered and immediately turned to run away. The black-robed old man did not talk nonsense. He looked at Sumo and said, I heard that Qin Feiyang is in East Tomb. This, Sumo was stunned as he looked at Shangguan Fenglan and the great elder. The black-robed old man said, Don't look at them. Answer me. Yes. Sumo hurriedly nodded and said respectfully, Qin Feiyang is indeed in East Tomb now. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed slightly and asked, When did he go? I'm not sure about that. I only know that he appeared in Tianluo City this morning. Sumo said. This morning. The black-robed old man muttered and suddenly turned to look at the great elder and Shangguan Fenglan. The two looked at each other, puzzled. This morning, he killed my dragon's men and then appeared in East Tomb. I want to ask you, how did he go to East Tomb? The black-robed old man said. The two were stunned. The North region is far from East Tomb. It's impossible for them to fly there in such a short time. So there are only two possibilities. The first is this altar of Nine Heavens Palace. The second is the teleportation altar of the Treasure Pavilion. I want to know, is it your Nine Heaven Palace that is secretly helping them, or is it the Treasure Pavilion that is secretly helping them? The black-robed old man said in a deep voice. It's not like that, it's not like that. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly waved her hand. Then what is it? The black-robed old man looked around and frowned. Where is the Vice Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? The great elder said, he returned to the Treasure Pavilion first. He dares to leave without my permission. Call him back right now. As I see it, he's just feeling guilty. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. Sir, please calm down. The great elder hurriedly comforted and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. Fenglan, quickly inform the Vice Pavilion Master. Shangguan Fenglan immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to the Vice Pavilion Master. The Vice Pavilion Master had just returned to the Treasure Pavilion when he received Shangguan Fenglan's message. He immediately activated the altar and rushed to Nine Heavens Palace. When he saw the black-robed old man and was questioned by the black-robed old man, the Vice Pavilion Master looked innocent and said that he was wronged. However, he was extremely nervous. This ancestral dragon was not so easy to fool. If you are not secretly helping them, then please give me a reasonable explanation. How did they enter Dongling so quickly? The black-robed old man looked at the Vice Pavilion Master and the great elder and shouted. We don't know either. The two exclaimed. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly said, Sir, Could it be that he has a divine artifact that can teleport time? Teleport time? The black-robed old man was stunned. I didn't notice this before. But now that I think about it, he has been able to slip away from under our eyes every time. I think this is not a coincidence. Shangguan Fenglan said. The black-robed old man frowned. It seemed to make sense. He turned to look at Su Mo and said, "Take me to Dongling immediately." Yes. Su Mo nodded respectfully. Then, while activating the altar, he quietly transmitted his voice to the Great Elder. What is going on? It's a long story. Take him to Dongling, the Great Elder said secretly. Okay, I will ask you in detail about Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi later. Su Mo secretly responded. Buzz. The altar was activated, and a blazing light illuminated half the sky. You all stay here and don't leave. The black-robed old man looked at the Great Elder and the other two and said, then stepped onto the altar. Su Mo followed closely behind. When the black-robed old man disappeared, the three let out a long breath. The Vice Pavilion Master sighed. It seems that it is not easy to cut ties with Qin Feiyang. Yes. The dragons are not stupid. From these clues, they can also see some clues. The Great Elder was also deeply worried. The two of you, the most urgent thing is that we should immediately contact Qin Feiyang and ask him to think of a way. If he really has a time and space transmission artifact, then all these problems will naturally be solved. But if he doesn't, then it will be really difficult for us to get away with it. Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. The Vice Pavilion Master asked, we can't leave. How can we contact Qin Feiyang? Lunatic. Lunatic and Qin Feiyang have established a contract bridge, allowing him to go to Dongling through your treasure pavilion's teleportation altar. Shangguan Fenglan whispered. Send him a message immediately and ask him to come out of seclusion. The Great Elder's eyes lit up as he urged Shangguan Fenglan. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. The Great Elder looked at the Vice Pavilion Master and said, Did you ask the Pavilion Master? How could I make it in time? I was just about to send a message to the Pavilion Master, but I was called over by Ancestral Dragon. The Vice Pavilion Master sighed. Then send her a message now. The Great Elder said. Okay. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded and took out an image crystal. At the same time, Dongling, Tianluo City. The situation in the northern region was extremely tense, but Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were sitting in a tea house drinking tea. Brother Qin, what's so good about this thing? Hue Yi was naturally there. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang, looking at the teacup in front of him with a look of disgust. Stop being long-winded. Have I not drunk enough with you? Now you're just drinking tea with me once and you're complaining? Qin Feiyang glared at him in dissatisfaction. I can't help it. I really don't like this thing. Hue Yi said, taking out the pot of immortal wine and sniffing it at the tip of his nose. With an intoxicated look, he chuckled and said, This thing still has a taste. Drinking wine and drinking tea are actually the same. For those who don't understand, no matter how good the wine is, no matter how good the tea is, they all have the same taste. Qin Feiyang held the teacup, tasting it while laughing. Okay, you drink tea, I drink wine. The two of us won't interfere. Hue Yi waved his hand and said loudly, Waiter, give me a wine cup. A waiter ran over and said with a smile, Customer, I'm sorry, we are a tea house, we don't have wine cups. While speaking, the waiter glanced at the wine pot in Hue Yi's hand and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Immortal wine, who in Tianluo City didn't know about it? They could tell with just a sniff. Hue Yi said, Then go get me another teacup. Okay. The waiter shouted, turned around, and ran away. Because Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi had changed their appearances, no one in the tea house recognized them. However, the fragrance of immortal wine attracted the attention of many people. Boom. At this moment, two terrifying auras descended in the sky above Tianluo City. Everyone was surprised. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were also surprised and hurriedly looked up. Because the second floor of the tea house was a kind of pavilion, all four sides were empty, only a row of railings, so they could clearly see the situation outside. They saw two figures standing in the sky above the ruins of the city lord's mansion. The tea house was not far from the city lord's mansion, so Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi could clearly see them. It was Sumo and the black-robed old man. Qin Feiyang glanced at Sumo, then looked at the black-robed old man and asked suspiciously, "Who is he?" But he didn't notice that at the same time he opened his mouth, Hue Yi's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. He shook his head and said, "I've never seen him before." Chapter 2269. The aura this person exudes is even stronger than Sumo's, and there is a faint dragon might. Could it be, it's the dragons? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Dragons? Hue Yi was startled, and thought to himself, how did they find us so quickly? Don't panic. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission and took out the divine moon jade pendant. Now, not only had the power of the bloodline disappeared, but he had also changed his appearance. With the divine moon jade pendant, even if the black-robed old man was one of the dragons, he wouldn't be able to find them. However, it was indeed unexpected that the dragons would find Dongling so quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a vast and mighty divine sense emerged and instantly enveloped the entire Heaven Luo city. The owner of the divine sense was the black-robed old man. A moment later, Sumo looked at the black-robed old man and asked, "Lord, how is it?" "Nothing." The black-robed old man shook his head and frowned. "Are you sure he is in Heaven Luo city?" "How would I dare to lie to you? Now, everyone in Heaven Luo city knows of his existence. Not long ago, he even killed the city lord of Heaven Luo city and the law enforcement hall master of my heavenly cloud mountain," Sumo said. "This little bastard is indeed very slippery." The black-robed old man whispered. Sumo said respectfully, "Lord, if there is anything you need, please tell me." "All right. Immediately issue a wanted order for this lord. Like the northern region, offer a bounty of 2 legendary artifacts." The black-robed old man said. "Yes." Sumo bowed and replied. Then, he swept his gaze over the city below and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Starting immediately, we will place a bounty on Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. If anyone can provide us with their whereabouts and verify it, my heavenly cloud mountain will reward them with a peak-grade divine artifact. If anyone can capture them or bring their heads to heavenly cloud mountain, my heavenly cloud mountain will reward them with 2 legendary grade divine artifact." His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. "What? 2 legendary artifacts? Even if it's just providing information, there's still a pinnacle artifact. Heavenly Cloud Mountain has really put in a lot of effort this time. It seems that the death of the law enforcement hall master has really angered them." Heaven Luo city instantly boiled. Tea house. Everyone was also discussing excitedly. How great would it be if I could find them? 2 legendary divine artifact. Brother, don't think about it. With your little bit of cultivation, even if you find them, you can only watch helplessly. Yeah. Although the reward is tempting, the risk is also high. Don't forget that Hue Yi is a half-step undying expert. The others couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi returned to their stools. As they looked at those people, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Hue Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a sound transmission, "As you wish, the Eastern Tomb has also issued a bounty on us." "What do you mean as I wish?" "This is something that can't be avoided," Qin Feiyang thought. Hue Yi rolled his eyes and sighed. "I've realized that ever since I started fooling around with you, I haven't had a single peaceful day." "Fooling around?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. He transmitted his voice and said, rather than complaining, "Why don't we quickly think of a way to meet the fiend ancestor and then leave Eastern Tomb? You want to go to the divine land that much?" Hue Yi looked at him in a daze. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hue Yi said, "Once you enter the divine land, the enemies you will face will be different. Only with challenges will there be pressure. With pressure, there will also be motivation." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I've realized that you have a masochistic disorder. You don't want to live a good life, but you want to take risks." Hue Yi pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "To be honest, I actually want to end the matter of the ancient world as soon as possible and go home early because I miss my family and friends. I've been away for so long, I don't know how they are doing." "Family, friends," Hue Yi murmured. Let's not talk about it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked up at the sky above the city lord's mansion again. Su Mo and the black-robed old man had disappeared. Buzz. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang frowned. At this time, who would send him a message? One must know that in Dongling, other than Hue Yi, there was no other acquaintance. Let's go. Qin Feiyang took out a few divine crystals, threw them on the table, and brought Hue Yi to the castle. There were many people in Tianluo City, and many of them had spatial divine objects, so disappearing into thin air did not attract much attention. Entering the castle, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. When he saw the person who sent the message, Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was actually Madman. Hue Yi also had a look of surprise. Qin Feiyang asked, "Senior brother Madman, you're also in Dongling?" "Yes." Madman nodded and grinned. "I haven't seen you for a few years. Do you miss me?" "Not really." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although a few years had passed, Madman was still that Madman. Whether it was his personality or other things, there was no change at all. However, the aura that Madman exuded had become a little stronger. Madman asked curiously, "Where are you guys having fun now?" "Tianluo City." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You're really in Tianluo City?" Madman was stunned and asked, "Then did you see the ancestral dragon?" "Ancestral dragon?" Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Madman said, "It's an old man in a black robe, with Su Mo of Heavenly Cloud Mountain." Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Could it be the black-robed old man from before? Coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and condensed the image of the black-robed old man, asking, "Is it him?" "It's him." Madman nodded. "He's actually the ancestral dragon?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Madman sneered, "He's not only the ancestral dragon, but also the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan." The ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. Madman said, "Back then, our 9 Heaven Palaces palace master died in his hand." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, saying, "How did you know I came to Dongling?" "He went to the North region first, and when he learned that you were in Dongling, he came to Dongling to find you." "This person's strength can't be underestimated," Madman said solemnly. "How would I dare to underestimate a dignified ancestral dragon?" Qin Feiyang smiled, then said, "Actually, I'm not unlucky. I'm more worried about the Grand Elder and the others. This person's appearance will definitely make them think of the palace master's death. If they act impulsively, it will be a devastating disaster." Hue Yi also nodded. "Don't worry. Although we hate this beast, we still know our limits. This time, it was the Grand Elder and Shangguan Fenglan who specially asked me to find you," Madman said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked, "Did you encounter some difficulties?" Madman nodded and explained the situation in detail. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other. The dignified dragons actually sent someone to sneak into the 9 Heavens Palace? I just found out about this matter. To be honest, I was also shocked. This Shangguan Fenglan and the old man actually dared to kill the dragon's people. However, this also represents their determination to fight the dragons to the end. Madman said. "It's really hard on them." Qin Feiyang sighed and said with a smile, "Go back and tell them, I will take care of this matter." "You have a way?" Madman asked. To tell you the truth, I do have a space-time teleportation divine tool. As for that beast wanting to massacre the city, I will never let this happen. But I don't understand, how did the dragons know about their deaths so quickly? Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's not just this time. Do you still remember the last time in the deepest part? When we killed the fire dragon, the ancestral dragon of the fire dragon clan also appeared very quickly. I think there must be a reason for this," Hue Yi said. "The old man and Shangguan Fenglan are also very puzzled about this. Just before I came, they asked the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. According to the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion, every member of the dragons will sign a destiny contract with the ancestral dragon when they are born. This destiny contract will not have any restrictions or harm to them, and there are no other consequences. It only has one function. That is, when the dragons die, the ancestral dragon will be able to sense it immediately. Madman said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi suddenly understood. All right then, you guys be more careful. After Madman finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Hue Yi shook his head and smiled. I didn't expect so many things to happen after we left. I really don't care. I'm just afraid that it will implicate Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang sighed. Then what are you going to do? Hue Yi asked. Of course I'm going to find the ancestral dragon and confirm in front of him that I have a time and space transmission divine item. In this way, the Great Elder and the others can be cleared of suspicion. At the same time, we have to attract the ancestral dragon's attention to us and let him slowly forget about the massacre of the city. Qin Feiyang said. Looks like I have to take another risk. Hue Yi shook his head and sighed. Don't say that, I really can't leave you now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Get lost. Hue Yi unhappily glared at him. Qin Dage, brother Hue Yi, come and help me. There are so many Chenkuan rings and Chenkuan bags. I can only sort them out by myself. At this time, Fire Lotus's voice resounded in the hall outside. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other and walked out of the room. They immediately saw that the floor of the hall was full of iron frames. Fire Lotus was in front of the iron frames, sweating profusely. Fire Lotus turned to look at the two and said helplessly, I really miss Dan Wangcai and the others. With them here, I don't need to do anything. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and asked, Where's the white-eyed wolf? Ask it to come out and help. It. Forget it. With its greedy personality, it will only cause trouble for me. Fire Lotus shook her head. That's true. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and strode forward. He reached out to wipe the sweat on Fire Lotus's forehead and said with a smile, You'll have to work hard. We still have things to do now. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. When Hue Yi saw Hue Lian's obedient appearance in front of Qin Feiyang, as well as her face filled with happiness and enjoyment, a hint of a smile flashed through his eyes. But in his heart, there was some jealousy. Was it envy? Or jealousy?